reaches, oh, that ball's out, that's live! Back the other way, Sam Hubbard! The Cincinnati Kid! Hubbard's got a convoy! Chased by Andrews! At the 30, the 20, he will score!
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Over goes back to throw, men are coming late, looks right down the middle, there's Eddie Brown, he has it at the 35 to the 30, he may go, 10-5, touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards. And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Chad Johnson's coming. Touchdown. Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go! Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found! Chase for the touchdown! Wow, Chase is on the case!
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam! How about that?
How about that? Welcome in, everybody. Chatterbox Bengals. I'm Craig Sandlin. He's Andrew Collinsworth. Before we get into it, want to make sure we take time and acknowledge sad news across both the Jets and Ohio communities. Nick Mangold, former All-Pro center for the Jets and the Ohio State Buckeyes, passed away this morning. Just 2 weeks ago, posted an announcement saying that he was looking for a kidney. In 2006, was diagnosed with a genetic defect leading to chronic kidney disease. Mangold passed away this morning. He was just 41 years old. Our thoughts go out to his family and friends. All right, Andrew, try to snap into it real quick and get into this. Obviously, sad news that we start the show with, but want to start looking forward to today now. But before we get into recapping the Steelers and getting into a whole lot of today's game, obviously Reid and I went live on Thursday when the news broke. Haven't had a chance to talk to you a whole lot about this, so want to spend at least a minute or two on Logan Wilson. On Thursday, the report came out, obviously, that he had requested a trade from the Cincinnati Bengals. Then news yesterday that they were elevating Joe Giles Harris from the practice squad to today's game. A lot of speculation rampant that maybe Logan Wilson was trending towards a healthy scratch to prevent any injury before a potential trade. As of now, appears that he is active and will play in today's game. Your initial reactions over the last couple of days to the news that Logan Wilson is looking for a new home, and your anticipation on how the Bengals will handle that.
Well, initially, I thought it was surprising that he wasn't getting as much playing time as he had, and obviously, as you would expect a player who's being paid as highly as he is at that position to play. So he was getting benched more or less, and we've seen that a couple of times in the Zach Taylor era. He's not afraid to play the young players. He's been doing it since week one. I remember. I think it was his first game against the Seahawks. He started Damian Willis at wide receiver. I don't know if you remember that, Craig, but the Damian Willis era of the Cincinnati Bengals. So, we're not unaccustomed, I guess, to seeing these young guys come in and play. But to see him unseat somebody who's a veteran captain was a little bit surprising to me. And then obviously he had the comments come out, and I think he's a good teammate. obviously this causes somewhat of a distraction to the team. But at the same time, the fact that he's out there today is good, I think. I was kind of expecting him to be a healthy scratch like you talked about, because they elevated Harris from the practice squad. I was kind of expecting that meant Logan Wilson would be done. And so I saw Stone talking about it earlier this week, and he's kind of fed up with the whole requesting trade things. And I kind of am too at this point, because I think that Logan Wilson has earned the money that he's gotten from his previous play and his current play. But at a certain point in time, like, you have to realize that, maybe you're not at the top of your game anymore. And it was kind of trending that way last season and again throughout this season. And they're trying to give new guys new shots. And I don't think that's anything negative against Logan Wilson necessarily, as much as you want to try to give Barrett Carter and Demetrius Knight Jr. some more chances to show what they're about.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question, right? Demetrius Knight and Barrett Carter. This team has continued the trend from last year of missed tackles, and those rookies are not immune to that by any means. Logan Wilson had the lowest missed tackle rate of the linebacking crew, but obviously when watching tape had lost a step, especially in coverage. And for a Bengals defense who's really being gashed right now on the running game, they're looking for answers. And so certainly understand that Logan Wilson probably isn't going to play as much as he had in years past, obviously. But when he's been in there over the last 2 weeks in this diminished role, he's looked good. But it's when those games when he's playing 50, 60, 70 snaps when he starts to get worn down and just can't keep up with it. And so this diminished role, as much as Logan Wilson hates it, might actually be better for him as in terms of production. And so we'll keep an eye on that today, see how many snaps he plays, and see if he's able to make some plays for this Bengals defense to keep this Jets offense in check. And before we get into that Jets offense, let's take a quick look back at last week. The Bengals 33-31 winners over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bengals get out to a 10-0 deficit early in the second quarter, but a 10-play, 72-yard drive resulting in a touchdown pass to Jamar Chase brought it to 10-7. Just 4 plays later, after an interception by Aaron Rodgers, Bengals Joe Flacco finds T. Higgins for a 29-yard touchdown and a 14-10 lead. They'd add a field goal before halftime. The third quarter, just 2 drives total. 14 plays, 63-yard, 7-minute drive by the Bengals ended in a field goal and a 20-10 lead. Pittsburgh answered with a touchdown drive of their own to make it 20-17. Bengals answered early in the fourth quarter. They get a 5-yard touchdown pass to Noah Fant to make it 27-17. Pittsburgh rallies back, though. They take a 31-30 lead on a deep touchdown, 68 yards to Pat Freiermuth. Bengals, though, 8 plays, 52 yards, 2 minutes and 14 seconds, resulting in an Evan McPherson field goal with just 7 seconds left in the game. Bengals are winners, 33-31. And obviously, we put some stats on the screen for those that are watching. Aaron Rodgers, 23-34, 249, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Those 2 interceptions were huge, Andrew. Jaylen Warren, I mentioned the ground game right now, 16 carries, 127 yards, 4 catches out of the backfield for 31. And Pat Freiermuth, of course, the Bengals killer, 5 catches, 111 yards, 2 touchdowns. Chase Brown for the Bengals finally got going, 11 carries, 108 yards. Good to see the ground game going a little bit better of recent. T. Higgins, 6 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown. But Andrew, when we really get down to it, I think one of the biggest changes to this Bengals offense over the last couple of weeks in terms of getting back on track has been that connection between Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase. We look at their stat lines over the last couple of weeks. Against the Packers on October 12th, Jamar Chase, 10 catches on 12 targets, 94 yards and a touchdown. Last week against the Steelers, 16 catches on 23 targets, a Bengals franchise record 16 catches, 161 yards and a touchdown. Total in those 2 weeks, 26 catches on 35 targets, 255 yards and 2 touchdowns. previously in 3 games with Jake Browning, Jamar Chase had 16 catches on 24 targets for 183 yards and 2 touchdowns. It's very clear, Andrew, that Jamar Chase and Joe Flacco have found some chemistry, and that's been a real key to this offense getting back on track.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. And, we've kind of been talking about it with Jake Browning is you just have to find ways to get Jamar Chase the ball. And right now, they're not necessarily hitting on these big plays downfield. You saw 16 catches for 160 yards, but you have to be able to hit him 15 times a game. And 23 targets seems like a lot, and it is a lot. But when you have the best receiver in the league, or, top 2, if you want to put Jetta's up there, I think Jamar's the best. Obviously, there's a little bit of Bengals fandom bias in there, but when you have a player like that, you just have to be able to find ways to get him the ball. And that's exactly what Joe Flacco has done. And that's kind of what we wanted him to do, right? We talked a couple weeks ago, Craig, about what do we want to see Joe Flacco do is take care of the ball and push it downfield. And while they haven't necessarily taken these big play shots, they've been able to move the ball down the field because he's relied on his top 2 targets between T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. And that's really all we've been asking for from a quarterback perspective since Joe Burrow's gone down. And that's really what Joe Flacco has done, and that's why they won on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned it. I mean, I think the biggest, maybe not for us, right, but the biggest surprise, I think, for many Bengals fans after they went out and traded for Joe Flacco through the first 2 weeks is 0 turnovers, right? And that's been the thing that we talked about coming into this, that the Bengals really needed to take care of the ball better. They were putting their defense in terrible positions, short fields, points off turnovers, defensive touchdowns. And it was really just changing the game plan and the outcome of games with Jake Browning. And so Joe Flacco comes in as a bit of a stabilizer, if we're being honest, and hasn't turned the ball over at all. Now, we're not naive enough to think that Joe Flacco is going to go the rest of the season without a interception, but the fact that he's got these reliable wide receivers who he can throw the ball up to and have faith that they're going to make a play without having to force things. And also the pre-snap reads we've talked about. I've heard them talk about it in the media even over the last couple of weeks in terms of just his recognition and the fact that he's able to make reads pre-snap and then be able to go through his progression as necessary after the snap. And Joe Flacco has been the exact professional quarterback that you expected and hoped you would get from him when the Bengals made that trade to pick him up and send a 5th rounder to Cleveland in exchange for Joe Flacco in a 6th. And when you look at his stats, I mean, you've got to be pretty happy with him. And, he's up over 500 total yards, 5 touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. And the other piece of it too, and I talked about this when the trade happened, he makes people around him better. Sacked so far in 2 games just 3 times, and for a non-mobile quarterback to only be sacked 3 times through the 2 games with this Bengals offensive line, I think that's been a surprising piece of it too.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that you bring up because everybody said, oh, he's going to sit in the pocket, he's going to get crushed. And I'm going to say something that might not be, I don't know if it's a hot take, but I've been impressed with his mobility. I mean, he's gotten out of the pocket a few times and done a pretty good job of getting out of sacks and extending plays. And obviously doesn't have the escapability that we've seen from Joe Burrow, I should clarify, right? But he's done a really good job of being able to work out of pockets. And that was something that I definitely did not see coming. And it's kind of been one of the things that has impressed me the most about Joe Flacco is his ability to get out of the pocket and sometimes extend a play or get out of his sack and just be able to throw it away. I mean, we've seen this offensive line crumble so many times with Joe Burrow back there. And obviously, like you mentioned, the offensive line has played pretty well. I mean, that's a good Steelers defensive front, so we have to give them credit as well. I don't want to take away anything from what they've done, but it's just been a little bit surprising to see how well he moves back there for a guy who's 40.
Yeah, that little RPO that they ran last week that apparently wasn't intended to be a run, but some guys out of position, I guess, and Flacco liked what he saw and just took advantage of it for a 12-yard gain and gave us flashbacks, of course, to the Pittsburgh game a couple years ago. And
Ryan Finley, man.
Definitely Ryan Finley game, the classic Thursday night Ryan Finley game, of course. How could we all forget? But no, he's been everything we had hoped for. He's been a stabilizer. And of course, as reports continue to come out, that Joe Burrow is progressing without any issues so far in his recovery from a turf toe injury. It's becoming more realistic, I guess, at this point, that Joe Flacco can keep them competitive enough to that point where when Joe Burrow is healthy enough, there's reason for him to come back. Obviously, the Bengals now sitting at 4-3. The Steelers sitting at, the Bengals at 3-4. The Steelers at 4-3. And the Steelers are playing Green Bay this week. There's certainly potential and hope that they could be tied or very close here quickly. And so, the Bengals are getting what they wanted when they made that trade. They're staying competitive. And to the point where even I saw on the discourse on social media, Andrew, that I want to preface by saying is insanely ridiculous, but people questioning that if and when Joe Burrow is healthy, who's your starting quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals those last 3 weeks? If he's able to come back, do you still roll with Joe Flacco, or do you bring Joe Burrow back, which I think we can all agree is crazy talk? But nonetheless, is there any conversation to be had when Joe Burrow is healthy about whether or not you bring him back if the Bengals are in standing for the playoffs?
No, and I don't even want to entertain that. I mean, Joe Flacco played a fantastic game on Thursday, and he played a pretty good game against the Packers the week before. But we're talking about Joe Burrow, man. Like, we're talking about the guy who led us to the Super Bowl, like probably an MVP caliber season last year. So,
not Brown.
Like, I love Joe Flacco. It's fun to watch him play, and it's kind of a cool story at the same time. And if he continues to play well, that's great. But I mean, it might buy you an extra week. I mean, it might buy you an extra week or two if you get to that point in the season where you're like, okay, Joe could push it and come back this week, but Flacco's playing well. Let's not risk it. Yeah, sure, that's great. But when it comes to trying to make a playoff push, like, it's pretty clear who the guy is.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's take a look at today's game, Andrew. The Jets are coming in banged up, my man. Sauce Gardner officially out for this one. Former Bengal Jay Tefeli out for this one. Kobe King is out, all on the defensive side of the ball. Chris Boyd, Byron Cowart, all on the IR. Offensively, Elijah Vera Tucker is on the IR. Gus Hartwig is on the IR along this Jets offensive line. Tight end Stone Smart is out for this one. Josh Reynolds, the wide receiver, remains out on the IR. Garrett Wilson is out on this one. Running back Kenny Nguanu is out for this one. So the Jets, they're banged up. And obviously there was a lot of toying, I'll say, in the media this week with Jets head coach Aaron Glenn. Will Tyrod Taylor start? Will Justin Fields start? Aaron Glenn saying as recently as Friday he knew who his starting quarterback was going to be, but wasn't willing to say who it would be in fear of giving the Bengals an edge. Hate to break it to you, Aaron, but the Bengals have quite the edge already in it. And it comes after, obviously, some very interesting comments in the media this week. Tyrod Taylor officially ruled out yesterday. Justin Fields will be your starting quarterback again. And that's just a few days after Jets owner Woody Johnson had this to say about Justin Fields' performance so far in 2025. When asked about his confidence in Aaron Glenn, he went on an unsolicited rant about Justin Fields, saying, "It's hard when you have a quarterback with a rating that he's got. I mean, he has ability, but something is just not jiving. If we can just complete a pass, it would look good." Man, those are some harsh words from your owner publicly about your starting quarterback. And nobody's here to argue that Justin Fields has been otherworldly this year. And certainly over the last couple of weeks, he's looked less than good. Last 2 weeks combined, Andrew, 91 total yards through the air for Justin Fields. He's 15 of 29 in those two games against Carolina and Denver. Both very low scoring outcomes. The Jets lost to Carolina last week 13-6, to Denver 13-11, 46 yards and 45 yards respectively in those two games for Justin Fields. But that comes after two games against Dallas and Miami, where he threw for 286 and 226 yards. The other thing about Justin Fields this year, he hasn't turned the ball over. 0 interceptions in the 7 games they've played. What were your thoughts on Woody Johnson's comments on Justin Fields?
I mean, it's obviously not something that if you're Justin Fields, you want to hear. And apparently, I saw his presser the next day that he didn't know about it until it was brought to his attention. And, I don't know if I necessarily believe that or not. But I can't imagine coming out openly and I don't want to say he bashed him, but he pretty much bashed him. Like it wasn't like he was dodging it or trying to make it seem like he was unbiased or anything. He pretty much told him that he stinks, and that is unbelievable. I thought for sure Taylor was going to start this week for the Jets, and then they have the injury. I don't even know if I don't believe that Aaron Glenn had an idea it was going to start until maybe yesterday or the day before. So there's a lot of stuff going on there that is not going to lead to winning football in New York. And I'm not sure who the blame is really on. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about Justin Fields, though. He holds on to the ball too long. He doesn't hit his open receivers. He doesn't give guys chances to make plays. And that's one of the reasons that he also doesn't have any interceptions, because he's reading the dang play for 4 seconds that he doesn't throw the ball. And then it ends up being a sack, or he runs, or he throws it away. It's been I'm sure that they would rather have him throw the ball and push the ball a little bit more and take some chances than have no interceptions and 40 passing yards in a game.
Oh man, he's been incredibly inconsistent this year. That's been very clear. You watch the games, or you even just look at his stats. We'll just run through it real quick. I obviously just mentioned the last couple of games, but you go back to week 1 against Pittsburgh, 16 of 22, 218 yards, a touchdown, ran 12 times for 48 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jets lose 34-32, but you're sitting there thinking, oh man, maybe the Jets can actually be competitive this year. Maybe things are looking better than maybe we anticipated. And then they follow that up with an absolute stinker in Buffalo. They dropped that one 30-10. Justin Fields in that one, 3 of 11, 27 yards, sacked twice, ran 5 times for 49 yards. And then you bounce back, right? You have that terrible week against Buffalo. You bounce back on a Monday night against Miami, 20 of 27, 226 yards and a touchdown, 7 rushes, 81 yards and a touchdown. And we're thinking, all right, Buffalo is really good. Maybe they're not as bad as we thought. Miami's bad, but maybe the Jets aren't as bad as we thought. Again, Dallas, 37-22 loss, but 32 of 46, 283, 2 touchdowns, 26 yards on the ground. Here we go again. And then they face Denver at home, 9 of 17 for 45 yards. And then again, at home against Carolina, you lose 13-6, 6 of 12 for 46 yards. You get replaced by Tyrod Taylor. And man, not looking good for this Jets offense. And you certainly expect him to come out on fire today. I think is really, for me, what I'm a little worried about, Andrew, is he takes those comments from Woody Johnson and he comes out here and says, all right, Woody, let me show you what I got. And he comes out and throws for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns. And all of a sudden, Bengals faithful are left absolutely stunned. What's your confidence level in the Bengals being able to hold Justin Fields in check today?
Well, I kind of have the same worry that you do. If I had to give it a 1 through 10, I'd probably say a 6, because I think that we're not the caliber of defense that Denver is, but we're certainly around where Carolina might be. So it's hard to say, because I really do think that he's going to start taking more chances here. I mean, he's got nothing to lose, right? Like, you have nothing to lose. You are probably not going to start this week if Tyrod gets hurt or whatever it is, and you have all this narrative around you from the owner and from everybody else, the media, that's saying, like, you're not good enough. So why would you not just go out there and just play with nothing to lose. And that's kind of what I don't want to see the Bengals go against, because I think that he is capable of having one of those games like he had early on against us, because as we know, our defense is not very good, and he's got a lot of ways that he can beat you. And I know it hasn't been pretty for him this year, but he's still a dynamic player and he's very talented. He can do it with his legs, and it's just going to be tougher than people think today. I think that Justin Fields could have a good game, and if he does, it's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah. Well, that leads us into today, as we're just a couple minutes away from kickoff. Andrew, keys to today's game for you. What are you looking for out of this Bengals team if they want to come away with a win?
You got to keep Fields in the pocket. You can't let him extend plays. We know that it takes him a while to read the plays and whatnot. And we also know that he's most dangerous when he's running with the football, right? So you got to keep him in the pocket. Having Trey Hendrickson back will certainly help out with that. But you got to be able to get some pressure that way and just make sure that he's not running rampant on you.
Yeah, I think, Breece Hall, Justin Fields in general, this Jets running game is going to be the main concern for the Bengals defense. I think when you talk about the fact that that their wide receiver core is going to be led by guys like Allen Lazard and Arian Smith and Isaiah Williams and Brandon Smith and Tyler Johnson. Have you heard of more than one of those guys? I don't know that I have.
Maybe. I think two.
Two. The answer, I think the answer is two, and it's Allen Lazard and Isaiah Williams. And the only reason I've heard of Isaiah Williams is because he's a former Bengal. But if he was anyone else, I don't know that I would have heard of him. But
no chance.
Yeah, outside of that, I mean, respectfully, the key, and this is part of what scares you a little bit, is that this Bengals team has struggled against tight ends, and Mason Taylor is a tight end who is having a very good year, or a decent year, despite the challenges at the quarterback position. Certainly not crazy numbers by any means, but 24 catches on the year for over 200 yards, has yet to find the end zone. Concern today for me is Mason Taylor finding the back of the end zone for the first time this season. Certainly seems like it's a potential outcome. But look, the truth of the matter is that this Jets offense is putrid, averaging just 18 points per game. And defensively, quite frankly, they're not a ton better, giving up, bottom 10 in the NFL at 26.1 points per game. So, it's just one of those games where just drown out the noise and go win a football game. Like, it's one of those games where you have absolutely no reason not to come away with a dub. And if we're being honest and we're looking inward at ourselves and we're talking about this potential of a Joe Burrow return, and can Joe Flacco keep us in contention for a playoff run? It starts with taking care of business in games that you're supposed to take care of business in. And respectfully to the Jets, there is zero reason that this game should be anywhere close to competitive. And the Bengals, at least when I checked initially, this was yesterday, of course, they were 6-point favorites. My understanding, and I can double check it here, but money is starting to go in on the Jets, which is interesting.
That was just me, Craig.
I'm just hedging my putting money on the. Yeah. Of course. Who can blame you? But it is interesting that the line has moved slightly, at least. Bengals now 5.5-point favorites. It's kind of varied anywhere from 5 to 6, depending on which book you're looking at. And so, look, take care of business. If this game is within like 14, I'm going to be shocked. But nonetheless, we are getting squared away for kickoff. Andrew, final thoughts on this one before we hand it over to Reid Maus for the play-by-play and live reaction.
Just find a way to win, man.
find a way to win. Take care of business. All right, Bengals will receive first in this one. Joe Flacco and the offense will start on the field. We're just seconds away from kickoff as they show Joe Flacco on the screen, and the Bengals are lined up for this kickoff. Trying to avoid handing it over to Reid Maus in the middle of a kickoff so that we don't miss anything, but yet here we are delaying, and I don't have sound to know why we're delaying. Here we go. All right. Play clock is being wound. Samaje Perine, Charlie Jones back deep for the Bengals. Lined up at their own 5. Kickoff from the Jets is fielded by Charlie Jones at the 3. Brings it up along the right side of the field, and he's met at the 24 and driven backwards by the Jets special teams. Bengals will start at the 24. Reid Maus coming your way in just a moment.
Thanks, Craig. Here we are. Right here. Yeah. We are taking over 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line. Bengals in their black and orange jerseys hand the ball off to Chase Brown, and he's got a good carry for about 8 yards. I'm Reid Maus, taking you through today's action. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. I appreciate you. See if I can reload this page. Boom. Got to move it a little bit. Almost perfect. So it's going to be 2nd and 7. Or 2nd and 3. It was a 7-yard gain. Joe Flacco alone in the backfield. Takes the snap, looking to the left, goes over the middle of the field, and it appears to be Tanner Hudson. And it is. He'll have it for the first down. Almost bobbled it and dropped it. But it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. We do this all on the fly, baby. That's just how we roll. Tried to get it perfect this time, but here we go. All right. 1st and 10. Let me know who you guys are watching from. Big game today. See if we can get on the board first. Flacco, shotgun. Hands the ball off to Chase Brown. He's trying to catch the edge. He does a nice job of stiff-arming a defender in the backfield. Would have been a loss of about 2 yards, but instead gains 2 yards after avoiding that would-be tackler. Jordan Earhart, Robo-Buck, what's up, men? Appreciate you guys being here. So it's going to be 2nd and 8. We'd really like the Bengals to get on the board first. Take the lead, hold that lead. Just apply pressure to this Jets team that seems to be spiraling out of control. Joe Flacco's pass, miscommunication between him and Jamar Chase. Jamar points at himself. Jamar went deep. Instead, Flacco was trying to get him on the out route. That would have been beyond the chain, so it's going to be 3rd and 8. Little miscommunication there. I heard Andrew and Craig talking about the spread, about why it's been moved down to 5.5 points. I was listening to a betting podcast this week, and they were talking about how the Bengals, and I believe this, the Bengals should not be touchdown favorites against anyone, even the Jets. Flacco over the middle of the field, gets it to Jamar Chase on a slant route, and it's going to be a first down. We're across midfield. Big conversion. And early on, it's 3rd and 8, and who do we call on? Call on the best wide receiver in the league. So it's going to be 1st and 10 from right across midfield, 47-yard line. Flacco under center, fakes the handoff, play action play, looking downfield. He's going to have a wide open, who was that on the catch? Noah Fant on tight end day for a gain of 13 yards. Great play there. You don't normally see tight ends open downfield with the Bengals. You never see it, really. All of our tight end plays. I mean, Mike Gesicki would get open downfield, but most of the time it's our wide receivers and our tight ends are 4 or 5 yard play guys. Appreciate you, Campbell Smith. 1st and 10. Send in motion. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He's got a wide open hole. He's out at the 15, and he's tackled by his ankles out at the 16. Would have been a 15-plus yard gain. He wasn't touched until he got past 10 yards. Just a counter play. Looked like he was going to break it out wide to the weak side of the line. And a nice job just opening a hole wide open. Yeah, I mean, he got the ball at the 34-yard line and wasn't hit till the 13. He's brought down at the 11. So it's 1st and 10 from the Bengals, 11-12. Flacco looking over the middle of the field. Incomplete pass, risky pass, trying to get it to Jamar Chase. Linebacker was right there. Moving the ball downfield. 2nd and 10. Kind of in a weird spot on the field because we are at the 12. Chance to get back to 500 today. Craig Sandlin, Andrew Collinsworth will be back at halftime. I'll take you with Craig through the postgame. 2nd and 10. The handoff to Samaje Perine this time. Gets a gain of 4 yards. It'll be 3rd and 6. If we don't get the first down, kick it. I know you kind of want to be aggressive and put some pressure on a team like the Jets. I mean, if it's 4th and 1, then I'm good. But if it's 4th and 6, an incomplete pass here, just kick it. Just get some points on the board. 3rd and 6. Oh, it'd be hilarious if they went to Jamar, because that's just what we've shown to be. They send Jamar in motion. It's Flacco on the right hash mark with a man to his left, 4 wide. He's looking over the middle of the field, tries for Tanner Hudson. Hudson wouldn't have had the first down, but he would have been just there. It's an incomplete pass. It's 4th and 6. Let's kick. Come on. Yep, and out comes the kicking unit. No flag on the play. There was some, I would say, some contact. It actually, I mean, not to open up old wounds, but it looked incredibly similar to the Logan Wilson play in the Super Bowl. Like, it's borderline the exact same play. AJ Worse, what's up, man? 26-yard field goal attempt. Snap is good. Kick is through the uprights. Bengals have the lead. It's 3-0. We don't sing the song on field goals. If you want, you can quietly hum Todd Rundgren's Bang on the Drum All Day or whatever that song's called. We'll put points on the board. That's big. Take a lead early on against this New York Jets team. 0-7. Put a little pressure there. That was good defense. I agree, AJ. I wasn't mad about a no flag. I was just saying it looked very similar to the Logan Wilson play. It was a good drive. Stalled out a little bit, but we moved the ball well. I think the biggest thing you guys can take away from that opening drive was we ran the ball. We had 2 running plays that were just wide open. The Chase Brown, I mean, I'll pull up the stats here. Chase Brown had to have had, how many rushing yards? 31 rushing yards for Chase Brown, including a 22-yarder. That's big. So we're getting Chase Brown open early. Nate Johnson, can't say Hudson was who we wanted to target there. I can almost guarantee that Hudson was not the first read. I can almost promise you that Tanner Hudson was not the guy that Flacco was trying to get the ball to. My guess is it was bam, bam, all right, Tanner Hudson. It was Jamar, T, all right, Tanner. But I don't know. Never been an NFL quarterback. I was the Hamilton CYO 3rd grade passing champion, though. We had this little competition, skills competition, and you had to throw a football through a hoop. All the players in the league, each team got to recommend 2 people. I won a competition for the St. Peter St. Anne's Eagles, and I threw it right through the hoop twice. Got a little trophy. It's one of my most prized possessions. I was dotting them up. And now I can't throw a spiral. Thank you all being here. Look at the P&G buildings. Looking pretty. Downtown Cincinnati. It's a beautiful day outside. Hopefully your guys' morning went as well as mine. Woke up, took the dogs for a walk, went on a little run. Me and my wife didn't make it to Mass, but we did a little Bible reading as we ate breakfast. That was lovely, and here I am. Look at that trio of quarterbacks on the sideline. It is actually absurd how bad Jake Browning played. The more we get removed from it. The kickoff is fielded out at the 4-yard line. It's brought to the 28, where that is where the New York Jets will start over. It was Irvin Charles on the return. Jeremy Phillips, what's up? Who's the Jets quarterback? It is Justin Fields. Tyrod Taylor could not play today. Tyrod Taylor has one of the best stories in the history of broadcasting, as he was like in his 7th year in the league, and he finally told an announcer, because we always called him Tyrod, and he's like, my name's Tyrod. It was like the 7th year he was in the league, and he finally told a broadcaster, like, yeah, my name's Tyrod, not Tyrod. So they'll run a run play that is blown up by this Bengals defense. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Cam Taylor-Britt with the tackle. Yeah, Bricktop had a little Bible reading. Couldn't get to Mass, so we just read the readings that would be at Catholic Mass today. Second and 9 for the Jets. Justin Fields, it's a quarterback power, trying to catch that edge. He's going to come up just short of the line to gain. It's going to be 3rd and 3. If the Jets are going to beat us, it's going to have to be a lot with Justin Fields' legs. Wait, give us a like. AJ, I agree. Joe looks like he needs a haircut. They hand the ball off on 3rd and 3. They are short. So it's going to be 4th and 1. We'll see if they go for it. Davis on the carry. They're not rushing off the field. Isaiah Davis. They have former Bengals legend Khalil Herbert on the roster. 4th and 1. Here we go. We get to stop here, boys. We get to stop here. We're going to be in great field position. Justin Fields under center. 3 seconds on the play clock. 2, 1. They take the snap. They run a pitch play out on the edge. And we blow it up. We'll take it over on the 35-yard line. Carter blew it up. They ran it at the last second on the play clock. I thought that they were just trying to draw us off sides. They took the snap, ran a pitch play to the open side of the field, and a great job by our defense. And we'll take over at the 35-yard line. Let's go. Sean Connor's upset about Samaje Perine getting a handoff in the red zone right now. Listen, Samaje's our guy when we're dropping back. Teams think that when Samaje goes on the field that we're going to be passing the ball. So it's not a bad look to sometimes give him a carry. I don't know why they pitched it. I mean, they got Justin Fields. If they're going to run an outside run, why not do it with Fields and get an extra blocker? You know what I'm saying? Like, why not bootleg it? Or just run. I mean, you had a yard to gain. If they ran it up the gut, it probably would have worked. Whatever. All right, 1st and 10 from the 35. Flacco under center. Chase Brown in the backfield. We're sending a man in motion. Fake the handoff, rolling out to the right. They find Noah Fant. Noah Fant's going to have 10, 15 yards, 10 yards after the catch, and we're out to the 20-yard line. Make it the 19. I will admit, guys, Noah Fant, I've liked this game so far. Jamar Chase on a man-on-man, quick play out to him. Mano, it gets 5 yards. I love that play. Now, there is a risk with that play. I mean, it's just a quick snap, get it to Jamar Chase. I love it because if we get it there, it's just Jamar Chase beating one man, right? If you're able to get that, I mean, it's essentially a run play out on the perimeter to where you can get 5 yards. Barrett Carter. They're showing the replay of Barrett Carter. He got off a blocker. That's a great play. The reason I like the Jamar Chase play is it's just putting the ball in the playmaker's hands, right? And it's an easy way to get the ball in Jamar Chase's hands. Now, it is risky if we run it too much because then, you can jump the line and get a quick pick six. But 3rd and 2. Got 2 yards on that carry. Flacco calling something at the line. Now 1 points. We're going for it even if we don't get this on 3rd and 2. Hand the ball off to, that's Sean Connor's boy, Samaje Perine. Who, does he get in? That's your boy, Sean. What a great carry by Samaje Perine, breaking 2 tackles. He's across, right? That ball's across the line. Are they going to review this? That ball's across the line. 1st and goal. It looks like Samaje's still out there. 1st and goal. Flacco sends Drew Sample. And it's Joe Flacco to score the first touchdown. I love it. Oh my goodness, I love it. The QB keeper for the 40-year-old, and he gets in the end zone. Please tell me someone here had Joe Flacco first touchdown. It had to have been like 50-1. We got 152 people watching. There has to be some gamblers on there. Someone had to have Joe Flacco first touchdown, and it had to have been even 100-1. What was it? Someone Google, when was the last time Joe Flacco scored a touchdown himself? And we are up and through the uprights, 10-0. Let's not look back, baby. Ready? Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, leading Hungary, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go, Joe Flacco. I love that for him. That was great. Last touchdown for Joe Flacco was 2017 when he was still starting before they drafted Lamar Jackson. That was his last touchdown, 2017. That's incredible. Great for Joe, man. So think about it. What was happening in 2017? Joe Burrow would not have been at LSU yet. He goes to LSU. His first season's the fall of 2018 there. So he's still at Ohio State. Lamar Jackson's in Louisville. Big Ben's still harassing women. And Joe Flacco was scoring touchdowns. That's awesome, dude. I'm fired up. Let's not look back. Let's have an easy day. We've had some stressful days. All 3 of our wins this year have been super stressful. All 4 losses have been bloodbaths. So let's just have a nice, easy, enjoyable Sunday afternoon. Let's do it. Let's get a stop here. Flacco changed my life. Man, I love this. This is awesome. Got a rushing touchdown in week 13 of 2017. That's incredible. Hopefully Big Ben fans aren't watching. I don't know if Big Ben fans are allowed access to the internet. Seems like something we should get a hold of. Isn't that what Dateline's about? All right, let's get a stop here. The 0-16 Cleveland Browns. Let's have a nice little Sunday. Might go to Home Depot if we. That's right. That's a quote. In all seriousness, I might go to Home Depot tonight. Got to get the Christmas decorations ready. I'm an early. I don't know what time you guys start the Christmas decorations, but I am the second Halloween's done. They're going up, baby. Big Ben is more than a moron. I'm glad that this chat is circling around Big Ben. We're getting Big Ben slander 24 minutes into the stream. All right, Jets return it out to the 25-yard line. Man, we are flying around. There's another game that I'm keeping my eyes on. I'm not drawing it out. I saw the score come across, but you guys got to let me know. I think the Bears-Ravens game could be huge. We got to win this game. Obviously, we got to win this game, get to 4-4. But that Bears-Ravens game is huge for 2 reasons, and I'll tell you why. One, we want the Bears to win. I want them riding real high, thinking that they're great, and we can kind of, sneak up and beat them, because I do think they're a pretty decent team. And secondly, I want the Ravens just done. I want them out. 1-6, they're done. All right. 1st and 10 for the Jets, and they'll start in shotgun. Fields out in the flats finds Breece Hall, and it's a great passing catch for a gain of 12 yards. I hope you're right, Les Hernandez. I'll keep the vocal cords rolling, rocking and rolling. Bears up 3-0. Thanks, AJ. So 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. Pitch play out to Breece Hall, and Carter coming up almost makes a great tackle, but it allows, was that Cam Taylor-Britt to come up? Who came up and made that tackle after he got off of Barrett Carter? No sirree. That's our guy, Juan Drago Turner, having a breakout season. Give us some likes. Let's have fun today, boys and women. If you're driving, let us know where you're watching from. Now we're getting Juan Drago Turner packages. That's how well he's played. Dude! Our linebackers came to play. Barrett Carter, have a game, dude. Have a game. Barrett Carter's playing well through this first quarter. Creatine strengthens the vocal cords. Creatine is great for everything. 3rd and 9. Cognitive function, muscles, endurance. It's great for everything. Don't overdo it, though. Fields dumps it out in the flats, and we're going to get a punt here as it's going to be 4th and 10 after a loss of 1. Defense is playing great. Barrett Carter has came to play. Someone write down Barrett Carter's name because he has came to play today. Let's go score again. Just got here. How did the Bengals score 10 already? We got 3 points on the opening drive. Then The Jets on their opening drive went for it deep in their own territory, didn't get it, and we marched right down and scored. Joe Flacco with his first touchdown since 2017. I'm taking normally I stand up like this, cross my arms or anything like that. Today I'm taking let's bend over. Let's have a little formal conversation. I'm bending over like the really like personal waitress you get. Like they're like, hey, how's your day going? How's it going? That's the kind of energy I'm giving off today. Thanks from SoCal. Just waking up early. What is it? It's not. You're not just waking up, but it's close to that. Barrett Carter is. I mean, Chase Brown's playing well. Chase Brown's had a couple big carries. Samaje Perine had a big carry. Like, we're running the ball really well, but Barrett Carter's stealing this game. Let's score again. Have we? I'm being serious right now. Someone look this up. And maybe against no. Have we been up 2 scores all year long? We're 7 games into the season. Have we been up 2 scores all year long? Because both the Browns and the Jags game, we didn't have a lead during those. Well, we had 1 lead during that 4-game losing streak. That was when we were up 3-0 against the Broncos. I don't think we've had a double-digit lead all year. Jeremy Phillips, it's a relaxing day today. Just the good vibes flowing. I tell you what. This is a day I hope those with kids or dogs or whatever like that, we get it. We go down here and score right now. You feel comfortable like at halftime. I'm gonna let's go outside for a little bit, and you just come back and watch the rest of the game. 6-0 Bears. We had a 10-point lead against the Steelers. That's right. We were up 10. When the Jets came to Cincy in 2013, Dalton threw 5 tutties. My Jets memories are the following. I have 2 Jets memories. One is back, it was Rex Ryan when he went to the AFC Championship, and we had to play them, the final, 2 weeks before the final. It was like the second final game of the year, or 15th game, and we took it really easy against them, and then we had to play them in the postseason, right away. And we lost both games. Like we were already in. They needed a win to get in. They got the wild card. Then they beat us. I remember that. Someone tell me that year. Maybe 09, 08. I don't think it was an Andy Dalton year. I think it was the final playoff run with Palmer. So 08. And then the second one is the Mike White game. And I was MFing the TV at my grandmother-in-law's house. Pitch play here. And Chase Brown is blown up in the backfield, was waiting for the hole to open up, and a great job by their linebacker. It's a loss of 5, so we got to uncork it now. Yeah, R.I.P. Nick Mangold, former New York Jet, Ohio State Buckeye. For the Catholic school kids in the chat right now from southwestern Ohio, went to Kettering Alter, who was in my high school's league. Powerhouse up there at Alter. 2nd and 15. Joe Flacco takes the snap. Surveys the field. Looking over the right. No one's open. He's going to have to get rid of it. And gets it off to Sean Connor's favorite, Samaje Perine, for a gain of 6 yards. So it's going to be 3rd and 9. Sean Connor also says butt fumble. Yeah, everyone remembers that. I'm saying like Bengals, Jets memories. Has he scored, Haro? Has he scored? Let me know if James Cook scores. 3rd and 9. Need a first down. Come join the chat. We're having fun. Give us some likes. We appreciate it. Flacco changes the play at the line. 3rd and 9 is a rifle to Jamar Chase that goes through his hands and almost goes to the safety, and their Bengals are going to have to come out and punt. So no points. It is really sad about Mangold. Someone told me he was looking for a liver transplant. Had to have just deteriorated very quickly. Kidney. Yeah, I guess you can't give up your liver. You can give a piece of it, right? And it regenerates. It was kidney. Sorry. Thank you for correcting. All right, Jets take over. Let's hope this defense comes playing out because, I mean, we just had really high vibes, but if they go down and score right now, the vibes will go away very quickly. Everyone's sphincter. Just taking a look around. Some scores around the NFL. Dolphins up over the Falcons. Browns up over the Patriots. Tied in the Philly Giants game. Bills did not score a touchdown. But the Bears are up 6-0. Texans are up 3-0. I like the Texans in that spot against the 49ers. I like the Texans in that spot. I would like if the Bengals got a stop here, went down and scored, went up 3 scores, and then we shortened the game. I don't need to see us win by 70. I just like us to win by any means necessary. Are we on CBS today? I don't even know what stream we're on, because if so, we're going to get some Matlock commercials here in a little bit. You guys know I love me some Matlock. Oh, how can you miss the new episode of DMV? It's worth waiting in line for. I mean, come on. How can you miss the CBS original DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles? Oh, there's the Matlock commercial. Yes! We got a Matlock commercial. All right, let's go. Matlock is like an urban legend at this point. No one has seen it, but it's rumored a lot. Can I ask you guys a question while we're talking about cable television? What the hell is that 911 show about? Like, it looks like a procedural cop drama, but then, like, you'll see commercials of it, and they'll be, like, in the space shuttle. And you're just like, well, what is this? They're in the International Space Station? That's not Law and Order. All right, 1st and 10 for the Jets. All right, we got to lock into this football game. Justin Fields under center, fakes the handoff. Play action play, gets it to his tight end. It's going to be a gain of 10 yards. Lane Jordan says bench Burrow when he's healthy. I would like if our defense didn't give up 27 points. We've given up 27 points in every game but one this year. Second and 1. It was a 9-yard gain on the first down. Let's see if they uncork it or if they just try to get the first down. Hand the ball off. It's going to be a gain of 2 yards. And who's in on the tackle? But none other than Barrett Carter. Final play. Will they take this in? We got 16 seconds on the game clock, 19 on the play clock. Looks like they'll run one more play before the end of the first quarter. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They were just trying to draw them off sides. So we'll take it into the second quarter. 10-0 lead. Great first 15 minutes. Great first 15 minutes. Hey, you win every quarter. You can't lose the game. So see if we can get our defense can stop on out here. We can't take the foot off the gas. Can't let them get back in this. We just got to keep applying pressure, then coast. We get up 3 scores, and I think we can try and shorten the game. But I saw Southern Cal. I saw someone's going to Tennessee. Today would have been a beautiful day to go down to the game. I know tickets are only like $60 here in Cincinnati. It's absolutely gorgeous outside, a gorgeous fall day. So it would have been a great day to get out there. But chance to get back to 500. The Bears can beat the Ravens, can pretty much draw the Ravens out of contention. Then we can get back and locked on winning this AFC North. Steelers play tonight against the Packers, where the Packers are 2-point favorites at the ketchup bottle. Yeah, if the Ravens drop to 1-6, they can keep the betting lines can be where the Ravens are favored to win the division. The betting lines can be whatever they want. The Ravens are, if you're 1-6, you are cooked. You are done. I don't like. Will they finish 4-13? No, probably not. But you cannot scrap back from 1-6. Who's your guys' least favorite division rival? Because there's a lot of different options there. You get the Browns because of the proximity thing. They fighting for Ohio. I bet you if you're from Columbus or Northern Ohio and a Bengals fan, you probably hate the Browns the most. I don't hate the Browns. I went to school in Northern Ohio where everyone was Browns fans, but I didn't hate them the most because they never mattered. That it kind of annoyed me how they thought they mattered, but the Browns were nothing to me. You could hate the Ravens just because they've kind of dominated the division recently, and they've just been a stalwart at the top of the division. But I don't know how anyone can hate anybody more than the Steelers. Steelers ruined my childhood. They ruined my childhood. But you got all case. Ravens, says Dakota. I hate them all equally. I hate the Ravens the most. I hate the Ravens because you're close to Maryland. The reason I think I don't hate the Ravens a whole lot, because I really don't. Like, they're my third. Here's a big carry on an end around, and they're in deep in our own territory. We got to lock in. The thing I was going to say is the reason I don't hate the Ravens the most is because for a while there, we kind of dominated the Ravens, it felt like. But, all right, lock back in. They do an end around, a jet sweep, and they get a gain of about 20 yards. Let's go. Thank you, A.J. Worse. You're a ball knower. Yeah, that's just really slow from Demetrius Knight. He just couldn't get there, could he? Just wasn't fast enough to get there. First and 10 from the 37-yard line. Fields takes the snap. Lone in the backfield, dumps it out into the flats for Breece Hall. Gain of 3 yards. Come on, D. Let's keep points off the board. Second and 7. Fields. 3 wide. Sends a man closer to the line. They hand the ball off to Breece Hall. It's going to be a gain of 4 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 3. They're out to the 30-yard line. Yeah, we got to hold them to 3. We can't let them get in the end zone. This thing gets a little dicey if they get in the end zone. Third and 3. 5 seconds on the play clock. They hand the ball off once again. He's going to be short of the line to gain. It's going to Breece Hall. So here they go. They're going to take the points. On 4th and 1, they are going to take the points. All right. So it's Nick Folk with a 46-yard attempt from the left hash mark. Snap is good. Kick is up. It's waning right, but it goes through the uprights. They get 3 points on the board, and it's a one-score game once again. We held them to 3. Held them to 3. All right, let's go get some points back on the board. We're up a touchdown. It's 10-3. You can see it up here. Andrew Collinsworth, Craig Sandlin will take you through halftime. I'm Reid Maus. Thank you all for being here. Got to go down and score. If you're new to Chatterbox Sports, go ahead and give us a subscribe. Give us a like. Appreciate it. I will be live on Off the Bench, Daily Sports Talk at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Stone Shield Show following that at 11 to 12. Be here all week. I know I've been gone from some time for some work, but we've gotten to the end of the busy season. We got one more hard week, somewhat hard week. Last week was tough, but got one more kind of tougher week. Then we're done. And I can lock in more on giving you guys some terrible takes. Shaka Hayward's out. Haro says that's a dumb decision to kick the field goal. I agree. Joe's not in a boot? No one told me that there's a picture of Joe not in a walking boot? Joe Burrow walking around on his own accord? That's what I'm talking about there. Ravens took the lead. And it looks like they are in striking distance again. No, they just scored. Okay. They just took the 7-6 lead. I'm keeping close eyes on that. Yeah, how could you miss Elsbeth, Robo-Buck? How could you miss it? Our defense is bad, Nate. I've said it a million times this week, and I haven't even been on air that much this week, but the fact that we played 7 games and we've only had one game where we've given up fewer than 27 points is absurd. And here's a tribute to Nick Mangold. Hey, shout out to Nick. Tribute on the broadcast. Assume he's a Catholic man, as am I. Went to Kettering Altar. Man, that is sad. 41 years old. It's too young. Just too young. All right, here comes the kickoff. Oh, no, I lost my mouse. There she blows. Fielded out at the 5-yard line. It's downtown Charlie Brown's Chuck Nasty Jones out to the 25-30 before he runs out of bounds. Got to the 30-yard line. Seven-time Pro Bowl selection. He's a Pro Football Hall of Fame nominee. I really don't know a whole lot about the NFL, Hall of Fame wise. But I mean, he was a stalwart there, man. If you play in this league for as long as he did, 7-time Pro Bowler, that's amazing. Fake the handoff here on 1st and 10. Joe Flacco from shotgun finds Jamar Chase out at the 47-yard line. It's a gain of 17 yards and a big play to start off the Cincinnati Bengals. Huge play there, guys. It felt like if we 3-and-outed, that would just be a huge dagger to this game. But we apply a lot of pressure there. Our first 3 possessions, we go 67 yards, a field goal, 35 yards on the short field, score a touchdown. Let's get some points on the board here. So now from the 48-yard line, shotgun formation, bunch package to the open side of the field. We fake the handoff, get it to Jamar Chase in the screen game. Man on man, and he's tackled from behind, falls forward after a gain of 7 yards. I know people were lamenting drafting Jamar Chase 1 of 1 after the first couple weeks because it wasn't good, especially with Jake Browning. But, I mean, when he's on, dude, that's something. So 2nd and 3. 2nd and 2. Fake handoff. Joe Flacco rolling out to right. We're trying downfield for T. Higgins, who's in for the touchdown. Play action play. T. Higgins all smiling. He's got $1 million smile. Chucking it downfield at 16-3. What a play. What a play call. Flacco's family's in town. We forgot about that. And he scored a touchdown and found T. Higgins down deep. Man to man. And we'll take T. Higgins every time. Warm up those vocal cords. We're about to sing here. We're taking our biggest lead of the season as we take a 14-point lead. You guys ready? You guys ready? All right. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute, run passer boot, and defensively he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. T. Higgins. What was the pass there? How long was that? Was that his first catch? Yeah, 44-yard touchdown. First catch of the afternoon, and it's a touchdown. Let's go! Let's have an easy day. Let's have fun. And then let's cap off our night with some Matlock. Let's have a great day. And tonight we'll watch the new episode of Matlock together. I heard Kathy Bates is unbelievable. She's great. Gotta check the phone. I'm sure it's blowing up here. 112 text messages. My friends are watching this, and let's go. Anyone know what the T. Higgins touchdown ticket? I like hearing the betting victories from the guys that watch this. Anyone got a T. Higgins touchdown betting? This is a fun game so far. Let's get another stop. Let's blow them out. No, I don't care if we blow them out. Let's just win. Let's just win and get back to 4-4. Just looking at the other scores. Eagles take a lead on the Giants. Bills kick another field goal. Ravens got the ball back. Texans up 6-0. I like the Texans in that spot. Special teams doing great. So they'll take over, at the 22-yard line. Just Reid. Jeremy Phillips said, I'm not even a drinker. He said, I'm going to do it. Dramatic reading. What a day. I'm not even a drinker. I just got a beer out of the fridge. I don't know how old they are. My wife is making hot wings and sliders and jalapeno poppers. What more could I want? Damn right. Damn right. This is freedom, baby. Enjoying a Sunday at home. Hand off to Brees Hall. Gets 10 yards. Enjoying a Sunday at home. Eating terrible food for you, but it tastes so good. Having a little brewski. That's what freedom is all about. That's what George Washington died for our sins for. Every team but the Bengals stink now. Jill Randall. Fields rolling out right. 1st and 10. He'll tiptoe out of bounds. Second and 6. We got what is it? Church of Latter-day Saints. People walking around downtown Hamilton trying to get you to go to church. Freedom, Jill. That's right. Freedom. Second and 6 for Justin Fields in the shotgun. Sends a man out wide. Hands it off to Brees Hall, who's going to take it. And he's going to be brought down a yard before the first down line. So it's going to be 3rd and 1. Do the Bears stink? I don't know what to think about the Bears. I think the Bears are... There's 3 teams in the league. 4. There's probably a bunch more that I genuinely don't know a whole lot about. Like, are the Cowboys okay? I thought the Cowboys were going to be terrible. Are the Cowboys okay? What are the Bears? Are the Bears good? What about the Bengals? Are the Bengals good? I don't know. 3rd and 1. Commanders are another team. I don't know what they are. Fields takes it himself. Barely gets the first down, but they will move the chains. Jets have the wrong Buckeye quarterback. I'm going to say something, Rave. Damsey. I'm going to say something that you Buckeye fans aren't going to like. Oh, my God, there's 3 Dalmatians outside. They're 98 short. But I'm going to say something that you Buckeyes fans are not going to like. Is there the right Buckeyes quarterback? You tell me who it is. Fields dropping back to pass. Looking over the middle of the field. Has a wide open intended target, and it's going to be deep in Bengals territory where he is brought down out at the 22-yard line. It is Tyler Johnson, the wide receiver from Minnesota. And that's a big catch for the Jets. All right. 0 touchdowns scored in the first half in 6 straight games for the New York Jets. We got to keep them out of the end zone then, guys. God, this defense sucks. Fields hands the ball off. It's going to be a gain of 5 yards. It was Isaiah Davis, the 5th-round pick from last year. Nobody wants a blowout today. I think a blowout would be fun. Jill, speak for yourself. I want a blowout. Katie Mouse in the chat? Oh, no. Got my sister-in-law watching this thing? Gross. Get out of here, fool. 2nd and 5. Fields rolling out to his right. He's going to take it himself. Tiptoes, traipse out of bounds, and it's going to be short of the line to gain. 3rd and 2. Stroud is having a big day thus far. I mean, what's a big day for C.J. Stroud? 100 yards? Doesn't throw 9 interceptions? Doesn't get sacked 15 times? He's terrible. Genuinely a bottom 3rd quarterback in the league. Not even a top 20 guy. 3rd and 3. Jeremy Phillips absolutely wants a blowout. I'm taking shots at everyone, by the way. And by everyone, I mean mostly just Buckeye fans. I'm sorry. 3rd and 3, Justin Fields hands the ball off. It's going to be 4th and short. Are they going to go? They got to go, right? They got to go. It's 4th and 2. You're down 2 touchdowns. We've scored on 3 of our first 4 drives. James Cook, 65-yard touchdown. It's automatic. Haro. They got to be going for it. All right. Trey Hendrickson's off the field here on this 4th and 2. Big play here. Shotgun formation. Jumbo package to the short side of the field. They'll send one man in motion, even out the line. Fields takes the snap. He's dropping back. Looking downfield, looking for the end zone, and he just drops it in the bucket for a touchdown. On 4th and 2, they find Tyler Johnson. When he dropped back, I loved our chances there, man. There's a lot of pressure on Fields. And a really nice, honestly, just a really nice throw from Justin Fields. Give it to him. That's what I get for talking junk, isn't it? That's what I get for doing a little junk. PAT is up and through. 17-10. All right, we got to go score. Got to go score. I wore my throwback Burrow jersey today. The old one. The OG jersey. Hopefully it doesn't give us 2020 Bengals results. All right, 5:18 to play here in the half. Hendrickson's playing hurt. That's right. Dino Maus. What's up, dude? Dino's my nephew. He's awesome. Everyone say hi to Dino. All right, we got to go score. Yeah, just can't get beat deep there. But we bought a lot of pressure. I mean, Justin Fields had to make the decision quick. And I'll be honest here. If on 4th and short, the play is, hey, we really don't want to give up a touchdown, or, hey, let's make Justin Fields make a quick decision. Let's make Justin Fields make a quick decision and heave it downfield. I'll take that every time. I will. Because it took a really nice pass for them to score that touchdown. We put pressure. Just made a nice play. I'll tell you what, if the Bengals lose this game, I'll be grumpy watching Matlock tonight. It is the first touchdown they've scored since week 1, I believe. 6 consecutive games. Yeah. 6 consecutive games, and it's tough. It is tough. We got to get down and we got to score. That's what we got to do. Simple as that. All right, 5:15. That's where we'll take over. We'll take the touchback, starting at the 35-yard line. R.I.P. Nick Mangold, that's right. Now it's Reese. Reese, get out of here. No Reid Maus allowed in the chat. Just tease him. Just tease him, bud. Just tease him. Everyone say hi to Reese, my other nephew. I've got 5 nephews. 3 on my side, 2 on my wife's side. All right, 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Flacco under center. Looks out to Jamar Chase. Quick pass out to him, man on man. It's a 5-yard gain. I love that play, guys. I love that play. Now, the danger of it is if they feel like it's coming, you can get an easy read on the ball and, pick it, run it back for 6. But just getting the ball quickly to Jamar Chase, man on man, that's as good as any run play we can run. They are not Cubs fans. They are all Reds fans. I'm the only Cubs fan in my family. Joe Flacco out to Jamar Chase, and it's another first down. Joe Flacco completes the pass to Jamar Chase for another Cincinnati Bengals. First down. My nephews used to live in Kansas, so they are, one of them was a Chiefs fan. 1st and 10, Flacco under center. We're near midfield, out at the 48-yard line, our side of the field. Chase Brown alone in the backfield. We'll see T. Higgins in motion. We'll hand the ball off. We'll fake the flea flicker, and Chase Brown will take it himself. What a read from Chase Brown. I think we were running a flea flicker, and Chase Brown's like, we're not getting rid of that one, because they were right there in the backfield waiting for the pitch play from Flacco. So here it is once again. Yeah, it looked like that was a good keep and read by Chase Brown. What a play. I was a Cubs fan because when I started liking baseball, I played on the Cubs on my youth baseball team. So I just ran with it. All right, first down, 1st and 10, shotgun formation. Flacco 3 wide. Flacco looking over to the left. Finds Chase Brown from out of the backfield. There's a flag thrown on the play. It's going to be a 12-yard gain. It's probably going to be a hold. Yep, it's on the offense, so we'll draw it back. So 1st and 20. We're back at the 48. God, that's a huge penalty, isn't it? Flacco takes the snap, looking to the right. Dumps it down to Chase Brown. Chase Brown with a nice quick move to evade the cornerback. Moves forward. It's going to be a gain of 7 yards? What is it? 9 yards. 2nd and 11. All right, now we're in manageable distance. Orlando Brown's just not very good this year. He hasn't been great, but the offensive line's been playing very well with Joe Flacco out there. We've just been reading the plays better. We played, and Flacco's 3 starts, he's faced 2 pretty good defensive lines in the Steelers and the Packers. We had 2 sacks in those 2 games. It's pretty good. Flacco hands the ball off to Samaje Perine on the fake RPO. I don't even call it. They fake the slant route to Jamar Chase and give it to Perine, and he's going to have 5 yards, 6 yards, 6, 7. It's going to be 3rd and 7. And we're going to have an injury out on the field. It's one of the linemen. Dylan Fairchild's down. Yeah, James Cook's automatic, isn't he? He's walking off on his own accord. He's got a limp. Oh, Reisner was sick today, right? Fairchild's down. Reisner sick, so we're going to go Jalen Rivers and Lucas Patrick. Okay. So in steps Lucas Patrick, 32-year-old. And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. Our ball at half. It's our ball at half. You guys thinking what I'm thinking? You guys thinking what I'm thinking? A little 2-4-1? A little 2-4-1? Score here, get the ball, go score again? That's what I'm saying. Oh, no, it's their ball. You're right. You're right, CWT. You're right. I'm being dumb. We got the ball first. You guys are right. You guys are right. Got a little giddy. We got kick first. Hey, maybe we'll onside kick it and still do the 2-for-1. It'd be nice if Caleb Williams played well today. It'd be nice if we won this game too, guys. We got to win this game. This thing ain't done yet. But just getting some stats through this first half, and I'm sure Craig will take you through them, but we're really not outgaining them all by that many. It's 210 to 140, but you got to remember we scored one touchdown on a 35-yard short field fake onside kick, punt, flea flicker. All right. Be great to get a touchdown before this 2-minute warning's up. Before this half's up. Would love to be up two scores going into halftime. That'd be huge, especially with their ball. We need to quit playing with our food. Our offense is playing well. Our defense is just not there yet. I mean, we got the big stop. I can't say that the defense has been terrible because they did get the stop that led to the short field and the touchdown. So that was pretty big. But other than that, they've left a lot to be desired. Barrett Carter was out there flying around the first couple drives. Haven't seen him at all. Man, the Cam Scatabo injury is that bad. Just the way those guys played, man. They just play too hard sometimes. Man, what a glorious day here in the Natty. All right, 3rd and 7. We're just short of the touchdown line. Did he hold on to that? Man, what a catch by Jamar Chase. Over the middle of the field, hit as soon as the ball hit his hands. Man, what a catch. Get us a first down. He's unbelievable. I'll say it. Jamar Chase is the best Bengal of my lifetime. I wasn't blessed enough to see Anthony Munoz play or any of the greats before 2002 when I really started watching the Bengals, but he is the best Bengal I've ever seen. Like, he is. He just is. Geno Atkins was great. Joe Burrow's unbelievable. Chad Johnson, Corey Dillon, those dudes are great. Jamar Chase is the best Bengal. He's unbelievable, dude. Wait, they said he didn't? What's going on? I don't know what's going on. Someone tell me what's going on. They have him short of the line? They're taking another look at that, right? What are they reviewing? That he didn't get to the first down? He's clearly beyond the first down line. I mean, I know he gets tackled and brought back like 4 yards short, but he had the ball. He catches it. I don't know what marker that is, but at the 4th mark, whatever point of the field it is, they marked him short. Okay, well, they'll figure it out. I mean, he was at, so they have him at the 32. I think he was at the 31. What do we do? All right, so here's my question. If it's 4th and 1, do we go or do we kick? Do we go or do we kick? If we get it short. Because there's no point in talking about the review because we'll just see what they come back with. But do we go or do we kick? We've moved the ball pretty much at will. We've ran the ball pretty much at will. But it'd be a travesty to not go up 2 scores based off that first half, especially with their ball coming out. Campbell Smith says kick it, take the points. Craig Sandlin says go. I know the money, like I know the computer says go to go. I guess it also depends on what it looks like. Like if it's a long one to where we have to go 5 feet, I'm in favor of kick. If it's shorter than 3 feet, go. Craig's right. It doesn't matter. It's got to be a first down. Got to be a first down. Oh, that's 8 straight home games for a touchdown with T. Doesn't he have the longest touchdown streak? I forgot about that. How many touchdowns T. Higgins have this year? And does it date back to last year? No, it's a home touchdown streak. He's only got 2 touchdowns this year. That's wild. Three. 4. That's 4 now. All right. We're doing this all on the fly, so cut me some slack. And I've lost my mouse again. All right. Call overturned. We got the first down. There we go. Yeah, we clearly caught the ball at the 31. All right, we're good. 1st and 10. 1:40 to play, clock running. Flacco and shotgun 4 wide. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown like a shot out of a cannon. Gain of 6 yards. 2nd and 4. I'd like to see 7 too. That'd be great. We got to go up 2 scores regardless. Evan McPherson warming up. 2nd and 4. Do we take a shot here? Do we take a shot? Maybe Uno? We're out at the what, 25? We don't need to take a shot here. Where's Jamar Chase? We send him in motion. We're going to have trips to the open side of the field, ball on the left hash mark. Flacco taking the shotgun snap. He's looking for T. Higgins, just a jump ball for T. Over top of everyone. It's an incomplete pass, 3rd and 4. Who was it? Jeremy Phillips that was talking about chicken wings earlier? I think I remember some chicken wings myself. I think it's going to be Rita Roo's dinner tonight. All right. 3rd and 4. Come on. Let's get in that end zone. We'll take the first down, too. Who's in the backfield? Drew Sample helping Joe Flacco block. And they're going to be drawn off sides. Come on. Give me one of these bad boys. Yeah. Touch those hips. Own it. Own it. Let's go. First down. Needed it. Let's go. Minute 28. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. I will say this about Joe Flacco. He's a delight to watch. Like, he's fun. I mean, this offense is fun to watch. Flacco looking for Jamar Chase. Finds Jamar Chase, who gets back to the line of scrimmage. Chase, I think it was supposed to be a fake screenplay. I think they were trying to draw in the secondary to Jamar Chase in the flats and release some guys down deep, and they just didn't fall for it. So 2nd and 9, we get a half yard. In between the 19 and 20-yard line, 2 men in the backfield with Flacco, 3 wide. Flacco takes the snap. He finds Chase Brown over the middle of the field. Chase Brown's into the end zone. Fights through 2 tacklers and gets in. We take a 2-score lead once again, and Flacco has his 2nd passing touchdown of the game, this time to Chase Brown. What a half. Look at that Illinois boy. That fighting Illini, fighting his way into the end zone. What a touchdown. Chase Brown on the receive. You guys ready to sing? Because I am. Gosh darn it, I'm ready to sing. We got to see the uprights. Got to see the kick. There you go, Sean. You got your touchdown. Whatever you bet, you got it. Snap good. Kick is good. And through the uprights, it's 24-10. We have a 2-touchdown lead, 1 minute, 15 seconds in the half. And do you hear it? Do you hear it? Because I hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry, here he comes a-prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. 24-10. 24-10. Let's get the Jets off the field. Let's take a 24-10 lead into halftime, and Craig Sandlin and Andrew Collinsworth will take you through halftime. But we got a minute 15 before we get there. Molly, tell your daughter that Reid's singing. And she should be too. Why isn't your daughter singing, Molly? We scored. We sing the song. How many yards does Chase Brown have today combined? Chase Brown, pulling up the. I'm sorry if I'm stealing all of Craig's halftime content. Chase Brown, 45 yards on the ground, 28 yards in the air. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good half of football. That's pretty good, man. I'm going to check the rest of the scores around the league while we have some time. Dolphins beating up on the Falcons. What about that? Patriots barely scathing by the Browns. I'm sure that one will get ugly in New England. Philadelphia up 14-10. Bills, just annihilating the Panthers. Fields dropping back to pass. Pass is incomplete, tipped, and brought down. We're at halftime in Maryland, where the Bears are trailing the Ravens 6-10. Oh, man. And the Texans. I love the Texans in that spot against the 49ers. They're up big over the 49ers. All right, 2nd and 10. Barrett Carter's doing it. He's had some plays today, man. Can we score again? I'll tell you right now that if they throw an incomplete pass, we're going to get the ball back. Fields dropping back. Oh, my God, dude. What a terrible pass. Terrible. Golly, dude. I used to want Justin Fields to be okay, too. That was pitiful. Did it get tipped? What happened there? It was 4 yards short. Woody Johnson. They gave this man $20 million, too. That's what's wild. Giving Justin Fields $20 million is crazy. 3rd and 10. Fields drops back. Looking downfield, finds an open man. They're at midfield. Okay, so we're not going to get the ball back. Now we got to keep them off the board. Just a reminder, we'll have halftime coverage. Craig Sandlin, Andrew Collinsworth. Minute away. Then me and Craig will take you through the post game. 1st and 10 right from midfield. Flacco sends a man in motion. Buck 3 on the clock. Fields, middle of the field, and it's Johnson once again. He's having a great game. It's a gain of 15 yards. I think they are in field goal range. Golly. Dude, this defense sucks. 35-yard line. So they are in field goal range, at least a try range, and they dump it down. Jets have 2 timeouts. I wonder if they'll use one here, and they do use a timeout. It's a gain of 5 yards. Can we get a sack? Is that too much to ask for? We've had pressure one time, and it was the same play that they scored a touchdown on. Yeah, we got to get some pressure. Bailey Victory Parkway. Muskie fan, Bailey? Gotta be a Muskie fan. Second and 5. We're making Justin Fields look like a competent quarterback. Fields dropping back and still just no one getting there. And he finds, who's that? Is that Williams on the catch? Who was that on the catch? They don't even have him on their roster. Al Golden better cook here in the second half. This is disgusting. They use their final timeout. Is that Isaiah Williams? Is that who that is? I'm looking at the Pro Football Focus roster, and they do not have an 18 on the Jets roster. Not Pro Football Focus, but Football Reference. Fields, no one to pass it to. Is the game going in and out for anybody else, or is that just my feed? Someone tell me if the game's going in and out for anybody else. Flag thrown. No, we don't get the ball coming out of half, Les. It's going to be a penalty called on our defense. Jets get a chance for a 2-1. You're damn right. Illegal contact by Cam Taylor-Britt. God love that man. So it is in and out. Okay. So something happened with the camera there. 1st and 10 from the 12. We got to hold them to 3. Got to hold them to 3. They got 1 timeout, 18 seconds. Fields takes the snap. Come on, get a sack, get a sack, get a sack. Kill him! Completed pass, 12, 11, 10. They call the timeout immediately. All right. They use their final timeout. 12 seconds after the gain of 7. Yeah, it is a completed pass. Second and 5, 12 seconds from the 12-yard line? Fields in shotgun. Man in motion, takes the snap. Trey Hendrickson trying to work off the edge, looking for the back of the end zone. Incomplete. It's 3rd and 5 from the 7. 8 seconds left. One final play at the end zone for the Jets before they probably just got to take the points, right? Trey got hurt. Third and 5. 8 seconds. Fields looking over the middle of the field. Fires one incomplete pass. Final 4 seconds of the half. We can home to 3 here. I mean, terrible defense to get to this point, but I guess we held them off the field. Or held him out of the end zone. Last miss was in October of 2017 inside of 40 yards. Last time Joe Flacco scored a touchdown wasn't in October of 2017. Up through the uprights. 24-13, and that'll take us to halftime. 24-13. Joe Flacco in the offense looks unbelievable. Defense leaves a little to be desired. I'm Reid Maus. Craig Sandlin and Andrew Collinsworth will take you through the halftime. Craig, if you want to go ahead and put that graphic up, and I'll get everyone situated.
All right, welcome in. Halftime show here with Chatterbox Sports. Andrew Collinsworth, Craig Sandlin joining you for the halftime report. This score is not accurate, but, one of these days I'm going to learn that I can update these as we go. 24-13 is your halftime score. Bengals lead the New York Jets from Paycor Stadium. Andrew, I don't want to call it a tale of two tales, but offense humming, defense struggling, kind of the story of the season so far for the Bengals.
Yeah, and I don't want to get too far into this here before we get going into the halftime show, but this is kind of the game that I expected a little bit. I kind of thought that Fields would look a little bit better, and it's not necessarily that he looks great. It's more so the fact that for whatever reason we're not covering, and we'll get more into it, but yeah, it's offense looks great again, and defense, if they can keep them out of the end zone, is gonna be able to do their job, but still not great.
Yeah, I we'll get into the stats here in just a second, but certainly we talked about it pregame. This is a game that you'd love to win handily without a whole lot of pushback. The offense has done its job, putting up 24 points in the first half, but the Jets able to put 13 on the board themselves for an offense that came into this one with a lot of struggles and question marks and all of that, to be able to put 13 points up on the board here at halftime after putting up a combined 17 points the last 2 weeks. Certainly a disappointment, I guess, to say the least right now out of this defense. But let's get into the first half and break it all down. How'd we get to 24-13 here in halftime? Bengals start the game with the ball on offense. Chase Brown ran the ball 3 times, picking up 31 yards, but the drive stalls at the Jets' 8-yard line, and the Bengals settle for an Evan McPherson 26-yard field goal and a 3-0 lead. Jets' first 3 plays gained 9 yards, but they decide to go for it on 4th and 1. Justin Fields audibles into a pitch play to Breece Hall to the outside. Dax Hill sets the edge, and Breece Hall is tackled behind the line of scrimmage. 3-yard loss, turnover on downs. Bengals don't waste a lot of time. They start at the Jets' 37. Flacco finds Fant on the bootleg for 16 to start the drive. Jamar Chase picks up 6 on the screenplay, and then 2 plays later, Samaje Perine gains 10 yards down to the half-yard line, and Joe Flacco picks up his first rushing touchdown since 2017, and the Bengals lead 10-0. 2 drives later, the Jets get their first down of the game before the end of the first quarter, and then to start the second quarter, former Bengal Isaiah Williams picks up 25 on an end around. Drive stalls out at the Cincinnati 28. They settle for a Nick Folk field goal, 10-3. Flacco hits Chase for a 17-yard gain to start the next drive. 2 plays later, Flacco with a vintage rainbow finds T. Higgins deep down the right sideline for 44 yards and a touchdown, 17-3 Bengals. Justin Fields finds Johnson for 34 yards, then 4 plays later drops one into him in the end zone. 15-yard touchdown pass makes it 17-10. Bengals put together a meticulous 10-play, 65-yard drive at the end of the second quarter, capped off by a 19-yard touchdown pass to Chase Brown, extending the ball out over the goal line for a 24-10 lead. Jets take over with just a minute remaining in the half, but after back-to-back incompletions to start the drive, Justin Fields finds back-to-back 15-yard completions. They settle for a field goal before the half, 24-13. Joe Flacco, 15 of 20, 178 yards, 2 touchdowns through the air, plus he adds the rushing touchdown. Chase Brown, 73 total yards and a touchdown. Jamar Chase, 8 for 61. T. Higgins, 1 for 44 and a touchdown. Demetrius Knight, 7 tackles, 4 of them solo. Also call out Barrett Carter, 6 total catches, 4 of them solo, including that tackle for loss on 4th and 1. Andrew, your look, I think we talked about it enough at this point, but this Bengals offense certainly has hit the ground running, and 24 points here in the first half. You got to be happy with that output from them.
Yeah, they look great. I think there's really only one drive that stalled and didn't end up working out. They've had a couple of negative plays, but aside from that, I mean, Flacco's looked really good. I even think that he could play even a tick better, because there were a couple of times where he threw Jamar in double coverage or things like that, or he tried to force a ball here and there, but that's just going to happen. I'm not going to be too hard on the guy. I mean, he just put up 3 touchdowns in the first half. So a great first half from the offense. Jamar doing his thing. Chase Brown, I thought, had an incredible first half as well. I thought that the play, the broken flea flicker play, I thought that was an incredible decision by him, because a lot of times he'll just see guys do as the play calls, but he saw, I don't know if it was Jermaine Johnson or whoever the end was there for the Jets coming off, and he would have easily, it could have been a turnover. If not, it would have been a negative 7-yard play or something like that. And he ends up making it a first down, which was a great play. So there were a lot of good things on offense that I was really happy about, and things that you can build on going into the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. That running game is certainly picked up over the last couple of weeks. Chase Brown in this one, 7 for 45. Samaje Perine has added 3 for 18, 10 carries for 63 total yards between the Bengals running backs, good for 6.3 per pop. Chase Brown, 6.4 per pop on his own. Samaje Perine, 6.0. Of course, you added the Joe Flacco 1-yard run, and that's 11 carries, 64 yards, good for 5.8 total there for this Bengals rushing attack. And you mentioned the passing game as well. Joe Flacco, 0 sacks in the first half, a 135 passer rating. This O-line, and we saw Dylan Fairchild go down with a bit of an injury, but this O-line has certainly picked up its game over the last couple of weeks. They look at least competent, to say the least, at this point.
Yeah, and the Jets D-line has a couple of good pass rushers too, and good run defenders. Obviously, they're not as deep as some of the teams that the Bengals played early on in the season, but they've still got, Quinnen Williams and Jermaine Johnson out there that are playmakers, and they've done a really nice job in this first half. I think that the improvements that they've made across the last couple of weeks are really important, because a lot of these guys, you look at Orlando Brown Jr., and you're not sure how long he'll be here. Ted Karras, they signed him to an extension, but they're not necessarily part of, a 5-year plan or something like that. But then you throw in guys like Dylan Fairchild, Jalen Rivers, Amarius Mims. And I was critical of Amarius Mims in the first few weeks, but he's really started to play a lot better. And that's something that this team desperately needs. Those draft picks that sometimes, obviously Amarius Mims is a first-round pick, But then Rivers is a late round guy. There's some other late picks in there sometimes. So when you're able to just hit on those every now and then, like, it makes everything go so much more smoothly from a front office standpoint. And you have to do it to be a contender. And so to see those guys playing well and trending in the right direction is not just a big step for this season, but also for the future of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a huge piece in terms of the success of this team this year was going to be reliant on that offensive line. Could they keep the quarterback position clean? And as I mentioned before, I think Joe Flacco has done a great job of helping to make sure he's putting those players in good positions. Not only is he getting the ball out quickly, but he's making those pre-snap reads, helping to make sure that this Bengals protection is where it needs to be. Now on the other side of the ball, defense, I don't know. It's hard to say that they're struggling, having given up 13 points, but at one point, Justin Fields, 6 for his first 6, 72 yards, was looking like a very competent quarterback. Ends the half 11 of 16 for 123 yards and a touchdown. This is a guy that hadn't thrown for 123 yards combined in the last 2 weeks. The running game, I think you've mainly kept them in check. Isaiah Williams broke that end around for 25, but outside of that, Breece Hall, 8 carries for 21 yards. Isaiah Davis, 4 carries for 10 yards. So the defensive front has done its job, but the secondary giving up 123 yards to this Justin Fields-led Jets offense seems like a little bit of a letdown compared to what we were hoping for, I think, in the pregame.
Yeah, the defense has done a good job of keying in on the run and stopping that, but there's been so many times today where Justin Fields hasn't really had to do a whole lot other than just hit the wide open receiver. Like, there hasn't been a lot of pressure. I question if Trey Hendrickson is healthy. Obviously, he goes down there at the end of the first half, but it just doesn't look like he has that same power that he had, and maybe that's just a credit to the Jets left tackle. I think he's a rookie from Penn State, or maybe he's a second-year guy. But they really haven't generated any sort of pressure on Fields, and he's had all day to throw. And then it looks like, and you have a better eye for this than I do, Craig, but it looks like the Bengals are playing a lot of zone and guys are just getting left uncovered.
Yeah, I mean, we heard a lot about, the Al Golden defense and trusting your guys to make plays. At some point, when you don't have playmakers, though, it's hard to really trust them to make it. You mentioned the Jets offensive tackle, Olu Fashanu, 2024 first-round pick out of Penn State, number 11 overall. Certainly has done a nice job with Trey Hendrickson, and you mentioned Trey Hendrickson went down a little banged up there on the second to last play of the first half. We'll see if he can come back in the second half. He was probably not fully healthy to begin with, but certainly is going to be key, as this Bengals defense did not really get any sort of pressure on Justin Fields there in the first half. As you mentioned, 0 QB hits from this Bengals defense in the first half. I agree with you there that Fashanu's done a nice job, but I think ultimately when you're trusting guys to make plays, whether it be man defense, zone defense, whatever, in the zone you don't have a lot of closing speed, and so if you let guys find open zones and sit down in them, they're going to be able to burst it and gain some extra yardage after the catch. If you play man, are they good enough to stay one-on-one in those situations? Hard to say. You had a defensive illegal contact called on Cam Taylor-Britt. So it's tough to say. I'll have to watch the tape before I make any formal determinations about where it went wrong. But what we can definitely say is that Justin Fields having a clean jersey after the first half is not something that we had hoped for, and certainly not happy with the fact that he's thrown for 123 yards in this first half. We both mentioned it in the pregame show that this felt like one of those bounce back games after Woody Johnson's comments earlier in the week. Again, if you missed it, Woody Johnson said, quote, he was asked about Aaron Glenn and said it's hard when you have a quarterback with a rating that he's got. I mean, he has ability, but something just is not jiving. If we can just complete a pass, it would look good. Well, Woody, I am unfortunately disheartened to tell you that he completed 11 passes in that first half. So congratulations to you on that. But let's talk about the second half here, Andrew. What's your message here at halftime if you're Zach Taylor?
I mean, if you follow the same game plan, you win, right? So you're trying to continue what you've been doing on offense. You don't want get too conservative, which we've seen a couple of times from Zach Taylor, especially when they play with a lead. But they've actually done a pretty good job in his tenure of preserving leads in the second half. So I feel good about that. I think from the defensive standpoint, you got to find a way to generate more pressure. And I thought it was really interesting. Last week we saw Cam Taylor-Britt's a healthy scratch, and I think he started this week and has played a large majority of the snaps. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Craig, but that was surprising to me, to say the least. And he had that illegal contact penalty, and he had a nice tackle there early, but pretty physical corner that they decided deserves another shot, I guess.
Well, I think Zach Taylor sent a message last week, right? You make him inactive and let him know he's not playing. He's got to get some things together, and hopefully he steps up to that as the Bengals kick away here. The second half kickoff ball taken at the 6-yard line, brought back around to the opposite side of the field, and 2 missed tackles allow the returner to advance up to the 24, Smith on the return. But no, I agree with you. It was interesting that he got the start today. Certainly something we'll keep an eye on as this game progresses, but we'll hand it back over to Reid Maus. I'll be joining Reid post-game for a complete breakdown. Make sure you stick around after the game, and we'll talk about how it all goes. But for now, we'll turn it over to Reid Maus for the second half play-by-play and live reaction.
Whoop, whoop. All right, 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line. Hi, welcome back. Thank you, Craig and Andrew, for doing the halftime show. I really appreciate it. Got a breather, and hopefully we can get this defense off the field here to start things. And there's the same quote that Craig was talking about, the Woody Johnson, talking about Justin Fields. 2nd and 7. Justin Fields played okay for that first half. I mean, he moved the ball, had a couple terrible passes. But all right, 2nd and 7. Justin Fields dropping back, plenty of time. Golly, we got to get pressure. And a terrible pass gets it to 3rd and 7 on an incomplete. But, man, we've got to get after the quarterback. We've got to get after him. Third and 7. It looks like my score bug's gone away, so I'm going to deal with that for now. Fields takes the snap, finds a man. It's going to be a first down and then some, as he's going to tiptoe out of bounds right around near field. Yeah, we can't. Our defense cannot do anything productive. You cannot be a mediocre defense, which is what we need. We don't need good. We need a mediocre defense. And our defense cannot be mediocre if they cannot get any pressure. It's impossible. You simply cannot do it. Here I am having to make the freaking score bug again. 1st and 10, across midfield, the Jets are. Ball on the 47-yard line. Fields fakes the handoff. Is looking downfield, and a great job by Demetrius Knight, who collides with the wide receiver, and it looks like he's hurt. He's going to come down. I don't know if he intended to get there at the exact time that the ball was getting to him, but I mean, he got there right as the play was happening. It looks like he's going to be taken out. He's had a pretty decent rookie season. Oh, he falls down right on his elbow. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he's okay. Well, as they tend to him, we will go to a timeout. And I will get this off, and I'll get this score bug back up. This score bug is the death of me, man. This score bug is the death of me. All right. So it's going to be 2nd and 10 from the 47-yard line. And the more I think about it, what a big stop that defense had. The defense had by not letting them get in the end zone, because they got in the end zone, it's 24-17. I mean, we'd be stressed right now. Hopefully Demetrius Knight's okay. In comes Logan Wilson. I'm not bashing on Logan Wilson right now. Harem. I fully understand where every side comes from in the Logan Wilson drama. Me and Craig went live on Thursday about this, but you ask for a trade because you feel like you're a starter and you're not getting a start over freshman. It's very clear that the Bengals are going younger, and you think you're a starting quarterback, which is more than fair assumption by Logan Wilson, who's been that since he stepped into the league. So I don't think it's a wrong thing to ask of your employer, like, hey, I don't think my talents are being used right here. Can I go elsewhere? And then, like, you're under contract, so they can tell you to kick rocks. I can do that. I don't know. I side with the Bengals and I side with Logan Wilson there. Nate Johnson says he's currently stressed. Yeah, CWT, that's right. Like, the Bengals, if they want to trade him, that's fine. Like, if you're going to go younger, that's fine. I would like a solution at linebacker for a third string guy. Or a second string guy, I should say. A third linebacker. But I'm not mad at Logan Wilson for requesting a trade. Not at all. I was mad at Trey Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson's out. Hip injury. All right. Yeah, he came off the field and he immediately asked to get off the field. I don't know what's going on with Trey. 2nd and 10. Ball on the 47-yard line. They're on our side of the field. QB power to the outside. Justin Fields cuts back and gets a gain of 3 yards. Third and 6. They get 2 yards there. So Trey Hendrickson's hips flaring up again. I think Trey Hendrickson's taking it nice and easy. But no, I won't say anything more. 3rd and 6 here. I don't know, man. I guess he's always been a gamer. That was a bad jab at Trey. That was a bad jab at Trey. I apologize. I take it back. 3 seconds on the game clock, play clock, I mean. They get the snap off just at the last second, and he avoids one sack. Justin Fields jumps up like Mario and throws it into Goompaland, whatever it's called in Mario. He wasn't a Nintendo guy. And it's 4th and 6, and they're going to have to punt. They're not in field goal range, right? Yeah, they're going to have to punt. Good pressure there. Who was that on the outside? Murphy? Couldn't tell if it was 97 or 99. Got pressure, put a hand on Justin Fields, and we make him punt. What about that? Isn't that amazing? Who would have guessed? Punt goes into the end zone. It's going to be a touchback. Our pressure is so bad. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, it's not good. We got to go score. Got to go score. The Justin Fields jump pass was objectively funny. Interior gets nothing. That's right. Hey, we stopped him. We kept him from scoring. It's a big stop. Can we go score? Can we go score? We got to stop. Let's celebrate. We got to stop here. Haro saw Demetrius Knight in on that. Thank you all for being here. Give us some likes. Tell you what, we score here. I don't know. I got nothing for you. You tell me what. Lowe's. Lowe's is the commercial. You guys Lowe's or Home Depot people? I like how I just comment on the commercials as they come along. I can't wait for the next Matlock commercial. They fire me up, dude. Is Chicago sucking? Golly, Chicago, dude. Figure it out. I'm a Lowe's guy. There's no Home Depot in Hamilton, which is where I live. Now, there's one like 10 minutes away, but gotta leave town for it. I'll tell you guys something personally here. It is like my summer vacation starting here soon, because the fall and the spring are freaking brutal for me work-wise, but I cannot wait because these next few weeks are better. Hall of Justice on the commercial. We need points. We got to score. That's right. Yeah, Trey's out. Demetrius Knight, someone said he looked like he was back in. Beautiful look of the Natural History Museum. I haven't been there since I was a kiddo. I gotta go back sometime. 1st and 10 for Joe Flacco. Flacco dropping back to pass, dumps it down to Chase Brown. Chase Brown gives it a shimmy, gives a shake, but he goes down after a gain of 4 yards at 2nd and 6. Shamar could still be good. I think I've lost all hope on Miles Murphy, but I think Shamar could still be good. 5 first half possessions for the Bengals, 3 touchdowns, 1 field goal, and a punt. So 4 out of 5 scores. Put that hat on, Joe. That hair looked terrible. Joe Burrow on the screen. 2nd and 6. We're going to run the ball here, aren't we? Flacco sends Jamar Chase in motion. Flacco dropping back to pass. Finds Jamar Chase out in the flats. And he's brought down out the line of scrimmage. Got a head of steam for Chase, but couldn't escape a tackler. Aaron Glenn coming in on man, that's actually a pretty good list if you look at it. Most consecutive losses to begin a career as a head coach. Kyle Shanahan, who's been to multiple Super Bowls. Brian Flores, who was a successful coach. And now he's a good DC. And Zach Taylor. That's actually a wild list when you think about it. 3rd and 6. Flacco alone in the backfield. He's avoiding a tackler. He gets rid of it. We're punting. God darn it. So here comes a punt. $10:58 to go in the third quarter. Would have loved to have seen points there. But Ryan Rico's coming out. It's our second punt of the game. Why do I feel like our offense is just going to go completely kaput here in the second half? Is that just too knee-jerk of a reaction? Snap on the punt is good. The kick is up, or the punt is up. It's fielded out at the 23-yard line. There's a flag thrown before the return man even gets to it. It's thrown out the 35-yard line, which is where the man is brought down. So it's likely going to be on the return team. Holding on the return team. Zach Taylor would never get conservative with a lead, would he? Well, he threw the ball 3 times there. Didn't seem very conservative. Seems actually the complete opposite. It is funny how we haven't been in this situation yet this year. Haven't had this big of a lead yet. 14 points, it's our biggest lead of the season. Now it's at 11. And I don't know why I'm hawking this Bears-Ravens line as they go up. The Ravens go up 16-6. I wanted the Bears to, golly. The reason I wanted the Bears to beat the Ravens, obviously, is to knock the Ravens out, be done with them. But it also would, I think the Bears would be flying high. They'd come into Paycor, and we might be able to sneak up on them and get to 5-4 before the bye week. We still can. We got to win this game. Got to win 2 in a row. Oh, well. Oh, well. Me and Craig Sandlin will take you through post-game coverage. We got to keep the Jets out of the end zone here. 24-13, I'm Reid Maus. Thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate you guys spending your Sunday with me. I have fun doing this. I do. I don't know if I want to do it every week, but I do have fun doing this. Reading some chats here. You guys are hard on Zach Taylor after one bad drive. We've had 6 drives. We scored 4 times. Like, let's pump the brakes on Zach Taylor. I've said this a million times, and I'll continue to say this is why it frustrates me, like play call talk. Sometimes it's well warranted. And the thing that bugs me most when you complain about play call is you're always right. You're always right. They're either not moving the ball or you get to see your team score touchdowns. Like either way, you get to complain, and there's no way to prove you wrong. So I've always thought it's tired. It's all it's right. Obviously, there's plenty of times where it is more than fair, but I think a great majority of the time when you complain about play call, it is not fair. Safety blitz. Did we go off sides? Or false start. Yeah, false start will push them. Beep, 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 beep. You hear that? That's the sound of the offense going in reverse. Jay DeSilva said they'll win it, but probably won't be the blowout we hoped for. I don't know if I ever hoped for a blowout. Like, it's cool. It's fun, but, man, it's just – if your team wins in the NFL, you just take it for granted. I mean, you just take it. It's a hard league. Very hard league. So 1st and 15. 12-man personnel for the Jets, and they get a big run from Breece Hall. And they get to 2nd and 7 on the 8-yard carry. So they put a lot of people and able to push back our defense. So 2nd and 7. Can we get a 3 and out? Fields in shotgun. 3 men wide. Screen pass, the open side of the field, and a good tackle, but it's a gain of 4, maybe 5 yards. The pass went to number 10, Allen Lazard. Man, I didn't realize he's that young. He's only 30 years old. Allen Lazard, obviously, of Green Bay Packers fame. Scored a lot of touchdowns with Aaron Rodgers. 3rd and 2. Fields takes it himself. QB designed run, and he gets the first down. Breaks the edge, finds it, gets there. It's going to be 1st and 10, new set of downs, now at the 26-yard line. Keep an eye on a turnover by either side. A turnover by either side's going to be a big play here. Handoff to the backup running back, and he gets through one tackler, and he's got a lot of room. He's out at the 50. He's going to go brought down at the 25-yard line by Jordan Battle. A huge carry. by Isaiah Davis. I don't even know what's the official run there. Now they're out the 25-yard line. Once again, they're going to Breece Hall. Oh, man. There's a 50-yard rush for Isaiah Williams. It's a dogfight, folks. Second and 1. Man in motion. Fields with, all the time in the world. There's a penalty flag thrown near the end zone, but it's a completed pass. Out to Mason Taylor. It's on Cam Taylor-Britt. Yeah, this defense, brother. Cam, what are you doing? He's terrible, dude. These replays are terrible. It's first and goal. From the 8.5-yard line. 7 minutes to play. Halfway through the third quarter. Handoff to Hall. He's brought down after a gain of 2 yards. What is Cam Taylor-Britt doing, dude? Second and goal. And they're trying to shorten this game. They're fine with blowing some time off the clock. Even down 2 scores. Leading rushing yards in this quarter alone. 50 of it coming on that play, but fakes the handoff. Justin Fields rolling out to the left. He's got to get rid of it. Throws it out of the back of the end zone. It's going to be third and goal. Stop the clock. Dude, I cannot do that. We lose, brother. We're up 11, and I'm so stressed just because this damn team. Third and goal. DJ Turner is our best defender, no doubt about it. Well, if a healthy Trey Hendrickson's our best defender, but outside of him, DJ Turner is without a doubt our best defender. 4 seconds on the play clock. Third and goal from the 6. They get the snap off just in the nick of time. And Justin Fields gets hit as he throws it, as he just floats one in the end zone that falls down to nowhere, and it's fourth and goal, and I assume they're going to be kicking it to make it a 1-score game. I assume they're going to be kicking it. We hit them. Well, we sending Cam Taylor-Britt on the blitz. Good job by Cam Taylor-Britt. Did something well there. Hit him just as he threw it. So here comes the field goal attempt from Nick Folk. It's 2 for 2, 25-yarder, 46-yarder. This is a 24-yarder. And he sneaks it through. 6-12. It's a 1-score game. 6:12 to go here in the third quarter. 24-16. Scale of 1 to 10. How stressed are you? I think I'm at a 5. I think I'm at a 5. No, that's disrespectful to when I'm actually at a 5. I'll put a 4. If we don't score here, very stressed. I think the stress is not so much from the game, but more it feels like we should be in more control of this one. Pat the ref says 2. Defense playing like shit. Yeah, they're not playing good. I think I'm at a 4 or 5. But we'll see. Longtime fans say 7. That is the one thing that I've been a Bengals fan since 2002. 2006. 2002. And I'll be honest. I mean, obviously there were some lean years there, but for the most part, the Bengals have been pretty, I'll say, competitive throughout my entire life. 2003, 2004, 500, 2005, make the postseason. Obviously, in 06 and 07, they were bad. 08, they win the division. 09, bad. And then we draft Andy Dalton and A.J. Green, and we make the playoffs for the next 5 years. Then we were still competitive in 16, 17, and 18, but we weren't good. Then we get to 19 and 20, we're bad. And then we've had 4 consecutive winning seasons. Like, it's been pretty good as a Bengals fan. I mean, obviously, there's 32 teams. There's 32 teams in the league. We're not in the top 10 in the last 25 years. Certainly not that, but we're certainly around the middle of the pack. Craig Sandlin says he is a 2 on the stress scale, but he is not happy with the defense. Nate Johnson, Von Beck says 7. Nate Johnson said he just turned 41, so 7. I didn't see the 90s. I guess the point of what I'm saying is I didn't see the 90s. Apparently the 90s were really bad. Out of my 3 most favorite sports teams, I've seen 1 championship in my lifetime. And admittedly, one of my teams will never win a championship. But all right, touchback. So we'll take it over at the 35-yard line. 6:12 on the clock here in the third. Craig Sandlin says Jeff Blake was fun for a minute. Who was the wide receiver that we had like 17 touchdowns with? What was his name? In the late 90s. Mid to late 90s. Someone tell me who the great wide receiver was in the mid to late 90s. First and 10 from the 35. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. It's a loss of 2 yards. There you guys go. They ran it. Carl Pickens is right. Falcons are another team. I think the Falcons are bad. Actually, I know what the Falcons are. They're not good. They're not a good team. No, I'm saying that as they take a 24-3 lead, but the Falcons are not a good team. Flacco drops back on 2nd and 12. Doesn't see anyone originally. Looks like he's going to take it himself, then try and find Jamar Chase on an out route, an incomplete pass, 3rd and 12. All right. I said if we go 3 and out here, it's going to get really dicey. That's the year I'm thinking of, Craig. 17 touchdowns in 1995. It's like top 5 most touchdowns in a year ever, right? Can't go 3 and out. I hate to tell you there, but it's 3rd and 12. It's not looking good. Flacco drops back to pass. Looks over the middle of the field. Looks like he's going to take it himself. Flacco on the run! I love Joe Flacco. Man, he's so much fun. Flacco scrambles, gets 13 yards, rolling out. It's so much fun when he does anything. Because the bar is so low. Like, you're not expecting anything from him. The bar is real low. So you're just like, yeah. What a run from Flacco. I was thinking about Joe Flacco, and he had that presser this week about how much fun he's having just going out to restaurants and eating by himself. His wife immediately called him and was like, what the hell is this clip I'm seeing? You don't want to hang out with me or the kids? You didn't know he got in so much trouble. 1st and 10 from the 45. We hand the ball off to Samaje Perine. Perine gets 8 yards on the carry. We're across midfield out to the 49. 4:30 to go here in the third. That run was awesome. Second and 1. Run it again. Or take a shot. Take a just ginormous shot. We got Jamar and T on the open side of the field. Ball's on the left hash mark. We hand the ball off to Samaje Perine. He lowers his shoulder, gets the 1 yard we needed for the first down, and gets 2 more on top of that. It's a 3-yard gain. And we're out to the 43-yard line. Is that Mike Vick in a Flacco jersey? I want to win every quarter. Did we win the second quarter? I know we won the first. Yeah, we won the second quarter. No, it was 10-0. We did not win the second quarter. Flacco dumps it out to Noah Fant on a screen play. Fant with some room to run. Gets the first down, and that's all he's going to get as he's brought down right after that. Fant's a big dude. Fant's a huge dude, by the way. All right, 1st and 10 from the 32. Flacco dropping back to pass alone in the backfield, trying downfield for Jamar Chase. Oh, it's tipped up. Is it intercepted? I think it is, but did he? Yeah, I think he went out of bounds. Thomas thinks he had the pick. Or does it hit the ground? He's holding it up. Oh, man. Right now it's an incomplete pass. Aaron Glenn's holding his challenge flag tight. It was to Jamar Chase. Let's see it. It was tipped up in the air. How's that not a penalty? What about that replay? Yeah, I think he was out of bounds too. So can we see the replay? Because it looked like he freaking shoved Jamar Chase before that pass came. So we're going to get a challenge. What are we getting here? All right. So he did not reestablish himself. Second and 10, we hand the ball off. Huge run from Samaje Perine. 15, 10, 5, end zone, baby! Samaje Perine with the answer back. Huge run. We are running the ball. Let's go. Huge. Back to a 2-score game. Keep them. Keep them out of here. Don't let them come back in. Regardless of how bad the defense is, don't let them come back, oh. What a run by Samaje. Let's freaking go. What is their linebacking crew doing? Woo! 30 points again. This offense is unbelievable. Everyone can make fun of our offense and the way we build a roster all they want. We score points, baby. We score points with a competent quarterback. We score points. It's 31-16, and I hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. Yes. What a run. What a run. $15-point lead. Any interesting games around the NFL as this kickoff happens? Big kick return out to the 34-yard line. I'm just coming down a little. I mean, the Bills are just putting it on the Panthers, 40-3. Bears scored. It's 13-16. Texans, and it looks like Texans are up big on the 49ers, but the 49ers about to score. And the Dolphins just scored again. Man, the Falcons are going to need to blow that thing up, aren't they? Justin Fields here on 1st and 10 will take it himself, get 3 yards. So it's going to be 2nd and 7. Fields on 2nd and 7 finds a man. It's the tight end, and it's out to midfield. This defense, brother. I mean, it's just terrible. I mean, just terrible. I forgot Andy Dalton's the quarterback for the Panthers today. That makes me sad. I'm a big Andy Dalton fan. I would love if we just could stop this putrid offense once. 1st and 10. Hand off to Breece Hall, and it's going to be a big carry. And Breece Hall is down the sideline, and they're in the red zone out to the 15-yard line. Oh, my God. This defense is going to give me an aneurysm, dude. An aneurysm. Oh, man. We've just drafted so poor, or we've developed poor, or our scheme's poor, or all the above. It's just been so poor. And our best defensive player, Juan Drago Turner II, is off on the sideline because he's hurt. Oh, man, dude. 1st and 10 from the 13-yard line. We are an offensive brute, run, pass, or boot, but golly day. Everything else leaves a little to be desired. Handoff to Isaiah Williams. Williams out on the tackle. Turns upfield, gets a gain of 6 yards. All right, let's get our 4s up. Let's get our 4s up, baby. 4. Let's win this game. Let's win this game. Let's go eat some chicken wings. Let's go have a nice little Sunday. Get all your chores done, meal prep, get your laundry done, whatever your Sunday routine is. I hope you're doing it, and I hope the Bengals win for you while you're doing it. Let's Blake Maislin it up, baby. The fourth quarter, not brought to you by Blake Maislin, but yeah. We're up 2 scores against a really bad defense. We've got a really good offense. We're up 2 scores against a really bad offense. We have a really good offense going in the fourth quarter. So I don't know what your stress levels are. I mean, they're about to score to make it a 1-score game. But we need something good to happen here. Need something good. Quick look around the league. Dolphins up 31-3. Patriots up 37 on the Browns. Eagles are up on the Giants 24-13. Bills are just destroying Andy Dalton. Bears have the ball back. In the fourth quarter, down 3 against the Ravens. Come on, Caleb Williams. Go out and win that game. Logan looks washed. Yeah, Logan's lost about 3 steps. Everyone says lost a step. Was still the best linebacker we had. He was for a little while. I don't know if he is anymore. You don't lose your starting job by being the best linebacker. 2nd and 4. Option play that is blown dead. Flag called. It's got to be on the offense. False start. False start on the offense will bring them back to 2nd and 9 from the 12. Yeah, there's a lot of things we got to talk about here with this defense. And I don't know any of the answers. I don't know. I don't know any of the answers. But can we keep a team from scoring 27 points for the second time this year? 2nd and 9. Handoff. Breece Hall. Tackled from behind by Myles Murphy. It's going to be about 3rd and 3. 3rd and 2. Yeah, Myles Murphy never, Jason says Murphy has never had that dog in him, which you need as a pass rusher. Myles Murphy was projected to be a top 10 pick, and we got him at the end of the first round. Obviously, like the weeks leading up to it, his stock plummeted, but there was something there that clearly other teams just did not like. 3rd and 2. Handoff to Breece Hall, and he's in there for the touchdown. 31-22. Third touchdown of the game for the Jets. 2nd for Breece Hall, right? Or is that only their 2nd touchdown? I think that's only their 2nd touchdown. 2-point conversion, make it a 7-point game. Fields, alone in the backfield. We'll bring in Isaiah Williams to his left. Fields dropping back to pass. Evades a sack. He's going to try and keep it himself, and he... oh, my God. This defense, man. They get the 2-point conversion and make it a 7-point game. We bring the pressure. We get it. We flush him out of the pocket. We draw him out wide. And we still can't catch him. Justin Fields is fast, dude, but he ain't that fast. I need to sit down. This is tough. All right, we'll do it again. 14-17 to play. What's the stress level for everyone here? I think I'm officially at a 6. I like our offense's ability to score here, but I think I'm at a 6. Yeah, our defensive front is terrible. I mean, we can complain about the secondary all you want, and like Cam Taylor-Britt, Jordan Battle, Geno Stone, guys like that haven't played well. Dax Hill and DJ Turner have been great, but, I mean, the defensive line has been putrid all season long. Putrid. Other than Trey Hendrickson, no one gets back there. No one. Shamar has a flash or two. I think Chris Jenkins has a sack. But this defensive line is putrid, man. We got pressure there, but then Demetrius Knight's just too damn slow. And is there any linebacker in the league that's quick enough to get Justin Fields on a mano-a-mano base? No, but you just can't let him get out wide and beat you in a foot race. I'm here, Jill. We're winning. We're winning by 7 in the fourth quarter. So I'm not completely out, but it's getting bad here. We got to score. Keep it alive. Got to score. Let's get the ball to Jamar Chase early and often. I think I'm going to sit down for a little bit, guys. My legs can't do it. I got to go to the game soon. We got to go to a game soon. All right. Returned by Chuck Nasty, downtown Charlie Brown, the Purdue kid Jones. Brought out to the 27-yard line. That's where our offense will take over. Greg Sandlin brings up a great point. Imagine if Aaron Glenn didn't give us the ball on their 37 in the first quarter. Yeah, it was a wild decision, but also, I don't think the decision was wild. I think the play call was just what was insane. Thanks, Rick S. I would like to sing as well. I would love to get really happy here. Handoff to Samaje Perine. Breaks a hole. He's out to the 45, 50-yard line. Huge carry there, 26 yards, 24 yards from Samaje Perine. Gets us out to midfield, needed it. Run the ball again. Run it again. Justin Fields audible to that. All right. Well, Justin Fields is a fool. Flacco. Hands the ball off to Perine, who has a lead blocker. He breaks it out wide, out to across midfield. It's another 10-yard gain. Samaje Perine with a great Horo. Sean Connor was complaining about Perine usage. Yeah, Perine's played great today. I think a big thing is when Perine's back there, a lot of defenses think that we're going to pass the ball because we bring Perine back there when we pass the ball a lot. So it's good to give throw a curveball every once in a while. Give him small speed. Chase Brown in the pistol formation with Joe Flacco. T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. Chase in motion. It's a jet sweep pass play to Jamar Chase, and it's going to be a 5-yard carry. My broadcasting career started in college, calling D3 football games, and our offense for the Bluffton Beavers ran that exact play where we send a wide receiver in motion and toss it. That counts as a reception to Jamar Chase. They ran that 9 times a game, 10 times a game, to where our wide receiver led the NCAA in receptions one season. With 200, a crazy amount of receptions in a 10-game period. It was 200. It was 170 receptions. It was something crazy. And there's a pass to Jamar Chase. He's out to the 20, spin move, brought down at the 17-yard line. Molly says she loves Pirine. Pirine's an easy backup running back. I think the backup running back's always pretty commonly rooted for. $11 receptions for Jamar Chase again today, 84 yards. Let's get him in the end zone. I'd love to see a Jamar Chase. I want him to win the Triple Crown again. I need him to get a touchdown for that. So 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. Here we go. Handoff. Chase Brown. Chase Brown like a shot out of hell. Out to the 6-yard line. This is how good this offense is, man. And I'm back up. This is how good this offense is. We're moving the ball like it's nothing. 2 minutes. 1st and goal from the 6. Chase to the left, Higgins to the right. Flacco, the man to his right. They hand the ball off again to Chase Brown. Chase Brown is brought down out to the 2-yard line. Let's run a quick slant to Jamar Chase. 2nd and goal from the 2. We score here, I'm good. We score here, I'm good. Flacco 2-touchdown game? Flacco 2-touchdown game? Six plays, 72 yards. Hand the ball off. Chase Brown in there? He get in? They call it? They call a touchdown? I'm not seeing a graphic. There we go. All right, Chase Brown in for his 2nd score today. Up to 37 points, and that's a huge sigh of relief. I don't know if he got there. I don't know if he got there, guys. They called it. That angle looks like he got there. But the first angle they gave did not look like he got there. It's under review. All right, here's this line. It's really close. I don't know if he got there, guys. I don't know. Do you think he's in? Let me know if you guys think he's in. Craig says there's no looks that changed the call. I don't think he got there. I think you're probably right. I don't know if there's any look that can change it. But, man, it's close. It is close. No doubt about that. Man, oh man. I'm just taking a look around the rest of the league. Still just a disgusting game. I think it's really close, man. It would be wild if they change it. I think I agree with Craig. There. While I necessarily don't see anything that would prove that he's in there, I don't see anything that proves that he's not. Myles Garrett has 5 sacks today. What a game. We will see. Let's get in there. Let's sing the song. Let's do the little ditty, do the little dance. We'll see if it's official. Jill says, close games are more fun than blowouts. That's all. It's funny. Elliot Rearing, who used to work here at Chatterbox, I had a conversation with him one time about the Bengals 2022 run where we went to the AFC Championship the year after we went to the Super Bowl. And he's like, we never looked good. We didn't look like a good team. I was like, dude, we won 12 straight games and we covered 12 straight games. The reason that some might say that the Bengals did not look good in that 2022 season was because they never blew any teams out. Call stands. All right, touchdown. Let's go. Let's get into 40 points, though. That'd be fun. Evan McPherson warming up that leg. We're warming up the vocal cords. It's a 14-point game once again. 10:21 to play in the game. And we hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a-prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. Being a Bengals fan is so much fun, guys. Except for when they lose and do dumb things and make us feel bad and blow leads. And we got to watch the defense play. It's so much fun when we have the ball. And we're moving the ball. How many rushing yards we got? Feels like we're just moving the ball at will on this team. 168 rushing yards, 216 in the air. Man, so we don't even have 400 yards of offense. Big return there from the Jets. Our defense could come up with a stop one time. That'd be fan-frickin-tastic. Be amazing. Second and 7. Second and 6 on a short pass. Oh, they might have more total yards than we do. I think they do. I think they do have more total yards than we do. They have 209 rushing yards. Jesus Christ. Disgusting. Second and 6. Incomplete pass. Third and 6. Was a screen play out to Williams. So here we go. 3rd and 6. Chance to get off the field. Fields. 2 wide. 2 bunch to the line. 4 wide receivers out on the field. Fields dropping back to pass. He's going to take it himself. We're stepping up. Short of the line. Did not get the first down. They needed to get to the 50-yard line. He's out at the 49. They got to go for it. They have to go for it. They're down 2 touchdowns with 10 minutes to play. See if we can get a stop. One time. Fields drops back to pass. Plenty of time. Finds a tight end. It's completed. We can't get the tackle down from Barrett Carter, and he's brought down out at the 26-yard line after getting an extra 10 yards. Rucker on the completion. Dude, they could score in 3 and out. And this game could get really dicey. This defense is just completely inept. So here's 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line. Fields hands the ball off to Breece Hall. Breece Hall with a big hole out to the 10, cuts back, and he's in the end zone. I cannot. I cannot with this defense. I cannot. We're giving up 250 yards on the ground. 250 yards, dude. Joe Flacco and the offense put up 38. We're playing the Jets, who've scored 9 points all season long. That's a really good run by Breece Hall, but are you kidding me? Dude, did he step out? No, he didn't. This game, man. 2-point conversion. Why are they going for the 2-pointer here? Okay. Fields takes the snap. Surveys the field. Running out of time. He's got to get rid of it, and he's brought down by his ankles. Did he catch the ball? But he wasn't in. He caught the ball, but the ball did not cross the end zone. His feet were in, but the ball was not. Throws it to Davis. And it's no good on the 2-point conversion, and it's 38-30. It's a really nice play by Justin Fields. But yeah, the ball never crosses the line. It's under review. He caught the ball. His feet were in the end zone, but the ball was not in the end zone. The ball never got in the end zone. Oh, the ball, no, I don't think the ball was in the end zone. Ball never crossed. The ball was not in the end zone. They did not get that. They did not get that. The ball didn't get in. He caught it. Tell me I'm wrong here. Ball. Does it got to be whole ball across the line? Whole ball, right? Whole ball. Whole ball across the whole line. No? They got it? Jesus Christ. 2-point conversion's good. I mean, this offense has to go score again. Oh my God. At least I'm not going bald in the back of my head. Yeah, that was a check to make sure I wasn't going bald back there. Going bald up front, but golly. Craig, you're making me giggle. All right, I'm officially at a 7. Would love just an easy game, dude. We've gone up by 14 points 4 times. Let me look at the score sheet. We've gone up by 2 scores. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Gone up by 2 scores 5 times. And they just answer back. Don't swear to God. You're right, Joe. I'm sorry. Hand the ball off we fake the handoff. Jamar Chase drops a pass and screen play to Jamar Chase on the RPO. Incomplete. Are we still happy with the roster construction? I'm still happy with the way the offense looks. And an incomplete pass, this time intended for Chase Brown on the slant route. It's incomplete. Oh, my God. Third and 10. Need a first down here. Need a first down. Two men in the backfield with Joe Flacco. 3 wide. We send Jamar Chase in motion. 8 seconds on the play clock. We take the snap. Flacco. Rushing out of the pocket. He gets sacked. It's a loss of 7. McDonald with the sack. And it's 4th down. We're going to be Ryan Rico's out to punt. I'm sitting back down. I mean, this is miserable. Absolutely miserable. Oh, my God. And the punt is fielded out at the 22-yard line. And a man is brought down at the 42. So good field position for the Jets. There's a freaking cord underneath my chair. I'm losing it. Come on, D. One time. Jets can take the lead with a score here. 7 minutes to play. Justin Fields under center. They're starting out at the 42-yard line. Fields drops back to pass. Plenty of time in the pocket. Trying downfield. Completes a pass out to the 37-yard line. It's to Arian Smith, the rookie out of Georgia. I'm calm. Heart rate says I'm calm. First and 10 from the 35-yard line. Fields hands the ball off to Breece Hall. Breece Hall, it's a 10-yard carry. New first down. They're up to 241 rushing yards, 251 rushing yards. Breece Hall with 2 touchdowns. Pass. Screenplay. Out to Williams. Gets a gain of 6. 38 points against the New York Jets isn't enough. 38 points against the New York Jets. The Jets have scored on 6 of 7 possessions, and they're going to score here because they would kick a field goal, even if we held them to that. They hand the ball off to Breece Hall. It's going to be 3rd and short. 3rd and 1. This sucks. This sucks. Third and 1. Fields under center. Takes it himself. He might have gotten there. I think they're going to give it to him. They'll give it to him. 1st and 10 for now from the 15. 4:20 to play. They're taking a lot of time off the clock, too. CWT, Flacco's hurt? Flacco got hurt on that sack? Someone tell me if Joe Flacco's hurt. No, he's fine. Oh, he's wincing. He's going to play, but he's wincing. 1st and 10 from the 15. Turnover one time. Turnover one time. Fields. Time. In the pocket. Gets it out to Isaiah Williams. It's a gain of 8, maybe 9. It's going to be 2nd and 1 from the 6. He's talking to Joe Flacco to see if he's good. We're going to have to roll Jake Browning out to win the game. Fields hands the ball off to Isaiah Williams. We blow it up in the backfield. It's going to be 3rd and 3. Can we get him 2 more times? Darius Slayton Jr. No, my bad. That's not Darius Slayton Jr. To Dario Slayton. And the Jets are trying to ice this game. Fields completes a pass, and they're going to have the first down. They're going to go to the 2-minute warning. 1st and goal. We got to start calling timeouts. So we're going to take it to the 2-minute warning. It's going to be 1st and goal. I cannot believe this. I genuinely cannot believe that. 38 points against the New York Jets isn't enough. That's how bad this defense is. We're making Justin Fields drop back 32 times, and we can't sack him once. He's got a 100 passer rating. They've rushed for 260 yards. we got to call a timeout anytime that the clock's running from here on out. We've got to call a timeout. Five different times in this game, we've had a 2-digit lead, a 2-score lead. 5 different times. And here they are on the doorstep of beating us. Five times they've had a 2-score lead, a double-digit lead. We got to call a timeout every play that if they run the ball and they don't score, timeout. They pass the play. Anytime the clock's running, we have timeouts. It's 1st and goal, so that's beneficial in our case. They can't get more first downs. Like the timeouts will be worth it, regardless. I mean, this is insane, dude. What a great day by our offense. And outside of that opening series where we kept them off the field and we scored a touchdown, it's been a disaster. Breece Hall with 133 rushing yards. Isaiah Davis, 65. Isaiah Williams, 25. Josh Fields, 30. Justin Fields, 32. 1st and goal from the 4. If you're going to score, do it now. If you're going to score, do it now. And Joe Flacco went into the medical tent a couple seconds ago. Pitch play. Breece Hall. Breece Hall looking to pass it. He'll dump it out to the back, and they get it. Touchdown. Breece Hall and Mason Taylor make it a 38-38 game. Can I ask for Nick Folk, who hasn't missed a field goal under 40 yards since 2017, to miss a PAT right here? Is that too much? Just tossed it up. DJ Turner never looked back. And we're going to have Jake Browning with the season on the line. This is... And the PAT is good. Jets have their first lead of the game. Minute 54 to play. We have all 3 timeouts. We are down 1, only need a field goal. We'll see where we get the ball. I would really like it if Joe Flacco came out too. I mean, I would, and we're going to have Jake Browning play. All right. Come on, Jake. You're pissed off that you got benched. Go win us a game, dude. And here comes Flacco. Back out on the field. Can he throw? I need to see no wincing. I still saw some wincing. Fielded out at the 4. Downtown, Charlie Brown's, Chuck Nasty, 15, Charlie Jones from Purdue. Out to the 24, and Joe Flacco is going to quarterback this team. 1 minute, 48 seconds. We're starting at the 25-yard line. We have 3 timeouts. We're down a point for the first time in this game. We took a 10-0 lead, a 17-3 lead, a 24-10 lead, a 31-15 lead, and a 38-24 lead, 23 lead. Flacco drops back to pass, finds Jamar Chase on the first play. It's going to be a gain of 8 yards. We're not going to use a timeout, taking our time. We're out to the 32-yard line. Flacco on 2nd and 3. Man to his left. We hand the ball off. And a big run from Chase Brown out to the 43-yard line. It's a first down and then some. Minute 15. Come on, hustle back to the line. We don't want to use any of the timeouts yet. Call the play. We're going to get Samaje Perine in for Chase Brown. Now a minute to play. Flacco, come on, let's run a play. Let's run a play, dude. Taking 20 seconds off the clock. Flacco. Downfield. Oh, it's tipped up. Oh, my God. It's incomplete, but it was tipped up. It was a huge play intended. What was that, for Yoshi? Andre Yoshivas? Oh, my goodness. He just didn't hold on, and it falls down to earth. So we lose 30 seconds there. 2nd and 10. How much time did we take off the clock? 42 seconds. 2nd and 10. We hand the ball off, and it's stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Call a timeout. So we take 30 seconds off the clock, and we run that play. And then we run a run play there on 2nd down that gets nothing. 3rd and 9. $37 seconds. Got 2 timeouts. There's plenty of time here. But we got 2 plays to get the first down. Broadcast says we need 17 yards. We need to get to the New York Jets' 38-yard line. Flacco drops back to pass. Flacco heaves it up. No one there. 4th and 9. 4th down and 9. 32 seconds. 2 timeouts. Game's over. We don't get it here. Game's over. We don't get 9 yards. Here it is. 4th and 9. Flacco drops back to pass. He's got time in the pocket. Looking over the middle of the field. Incomplete pass. And that's game. The Bengals lose to the New York Jets, given their first win of the season. They lose 39-38. No flag thrown. Just an incomplete pass. And the Bengals fall to 3-5. Embarrassing. We go to Andre Yoshivas again. Jamar Chase was open, but Joe Flacco on the 3rd down play. And Andre Yoshivas drops one there. It was a decent pass. And they'll kneel it and seal the game victory. Andre Yoshivas cannot catch a pass from Joe Flacco. And it's 39-38. We'll be with you. Me and Craig Sandlin will take you through post-game. Be back in about 2 minutes.
Looks right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard. The Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30. The 20. He will score.
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green
late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up. It is good!
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Chad Johnson's got it. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football. Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
Craig Sandlin here. I'm Reid Maus. What an absolute effing disaster from the Cincinnati Bengals today as they lose 39-38 to the winless New York Jets. I said this on the watch along, but the Bengals had 5 different 2-scored double-digit leads against the New York Jets, and the defense fails them again against a quarterback who was questioned if he was going to start and actually would not have started if Tyrod Taylor was able to play, where his owner was bashing him live this week in quotes. We lose to Justin Fields and the New York Jets 39-38 at home. Craig, I'm sorry, I'm fired up, but it is, I mean, what an absolute disaster of a game that the Bengals just simply needed. The Bengals just needed to win that one.
I mean, I don't think you have to apologize at all, Reid. I mean, that was exactly what you're calling it, a disaster. We talked so much about how this should be a quote-unquote easy win, about how you need to be focused on this stretch here of the Steelers, the Jets, the Bears, the Steelers again. You need to win 3 of 4. And I think we all kind of chalked up that the Jets would be one of those easy wins out of those 3. And you come out and you just lay a complete egg defensively. Justin Fields, who you mentioned, Woody Johnson, with absolute disrespect to him in the media this week. 21 of 32, 244 yards and a touchdown, added 31 yards on the field. But the story here, of course, the running game for the New York Jets, and this Bengals front 7 absolutely could not maintain it at all. Breece Hall, 18 carries, 133 yards. Isaiah Davis, 7 carries, 65 yards. It's just not good enough on any level. And the missed tackles, the blown coverages, it all has to be figured out. And I don't know that the Bengals are going to make a move at defensive coordinator 8 weeks into the Al Golden era, but something has to change. And I realize that so much of it is personnel, right? I mean, they're playing with young guys, trying to give them opportunities to learn and to prove themselves. Something's got to happen here. And certainly staring down the gun of a 500 record at 4-4 to drop to the 0-7 New York Jets, now sitting at 3-5 instead, is absolutely malpractice. And there's going to be a lot of conversation in the media and certainly amongst Cincinnati fans about whether or not this should signal the end of the Zach Taylor era. I doubt the fact that the Bengals would make a move. If they drop next week to the Bears, though, the conversation over the bye week has to be pretty serious about whether or not Zach Taylor is your head coach going into Pittsburgh after the bye week.
It would take another embarrassment. I think you caught me off guard there a little bit talking about if we need to fire Zach Taylor. They're not going to fire Zach Taylor, but here we are 8 games into this season, and of the 8 games, 5 are embarrassments. Not bad games, embarrassments. The Vikings, the Broncos, the Lions, the Packers, and this one. All 5 losses aren't close games. Well, today was a close game, but against the worst team in the league. They are embarrassments. And I know Zach Taylor's not going to get fired, and I'm with you. If we lose to the Bears next week, then I'm game with having that conversation. But point blank, we get this rejuvenation into this season. People are excited. People are talking about, hey, you want to watch the Bengals game? That wasn't happening the last 3 weeks because of what they did against the Vikings and the Broncos and everything that happened along that 4-game losing streak. And everyone's getting excited about. Everyone's talking about Joe Flacco. National media is like, oh, this Bengals team's right in the AFC North. And the reason that they kept circling is, oh, they got the Jets this week. They can get back to 500. They got 3 games at the end of the season that look really good. Joe Burrow looks to be coming back. And what do? They give up 500 yards to the New York Jets, who just, 2 weeks ago were playing on overseas and looked like legitimately the worst team that I've ever seen play the sport of football. And they come back and they put up this game, 500 yards. It is a travesty. And I made the joke during the watch along. I said, hey, people make fun of us. And I get it. They make fun of us because of the way this team is built. And I always say, like, what else were we supposed to do? We have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. We're not going to pay those guys. And Joe Burrow, yeah, we're going to pay $40 million to elite wide receivers and an elite quarterback because those guys don't come to Cincinnati all that often. Oh, what about the defense? Yeah, the defense is terrible. But we put up 38 points against the New York Jets. That shouldn't win you most of the time. That should win you every time you play this current iteration of the New York Jets. It's pitiful. It's hapless. It's dreadful. It's dreary. Like everything, any old English word you want to describe what the Bengals did today, go ahead and slap it on them because I'm tired of watching this godforsaken team and this godforsaken defense. It's tough. It's tough, Craig. I don't know where you go from here. I'll let you lead the show, but this is miserable.
All right, well, let's give you your weekly restroom recap, and let's do a game recap real quick, break down how we got to 39-38. And like Reid said, very stressful back and forth game. Bengals had double-digit leads 5 different times on the day, led by 14+ 4 different times. Bengals start the ball with the ball on offense to start the game. Chase Brown ran the ball 3 times, picking up 31 yards. Drive stalled, though. Bengals settle for a 26-yard Evan McPherson field goal and a 3-0 lead. Bengals start their next drive at the Jets' 37 after a 4th down stop. Flacco finds Fant on a bootleg for 16 yards to start the drive. Pirine gains 10 down to the half-yard line before Joe Flacco keeps it himself for the keeper, and the Bengals touchdown 10-0. Jets get their first down of the game at the end of the first quarter. Former Bengal Isaiah Williams starts the second quarter with a 25-yard end around. Drive stalled out at the Cincinnati 28. Nick Folk field goal makes it 10-3. Flacco hits Chase for 17 to start the next drive. 2 plays later, Flacco with a vintage rainbow finds T. Higgins deep down the right sideline for 44-yard touchdown to go up 17-3. Justin Fields finds Johnson for 34 yards, then 4 plays later drops one into his breadbasket in the end zone for a 15-yard touchdown pass, make it 17-10. Bengals put together a 10-play, 65-yard drive at the end of the second quarter, capped off by a 19-yard touchdown pass to Chase Brown for a 24-10 lead. Jets take over with just a minute remaining in the half. They drive down the field for a field goal before the half to make it 24-13. Back-to-back punts to start the second half from both teams, and then after a couple punts, Jets get a 50-yard gain by backup running back Isaiah Davis before a short field goal from Nick Folk brings it within one score, 24-16. Flacco scrambles for a first down on 3rd and 12. Then Samaje Perine busts a 32-yard touchdown and a 31-16 lead. Breece Hall gains 35 on a run to start the next drive for the Jets, and then finds the end zone a couple plays later for a 5-yard touchdown run. Fields would keep it for a 2-point conversion to pull within 7 at 31-24. Perine starts the Bengals' next drive at 21-yard drive, backed up by an 11-yard jaunt for another first down. Back-to-back completions for Jamargo for 23 total yards. Then Chase Brown busts through for a 12-yard run, and then a 5-yard run down to the 1-yard line before finally punching it in for a Bengals touchdown and yet another 14-point lead, 38-24. Jeremy Ruckert gained 24 yards, and then Breece Hall busted through for a 27-yard touchdown. Jets converted a 2-point conversion to make it 38-32, decision that some questioned at the time but proved to be beneficial for the Jets. Jets got their first sack of the game on the next drive on 3rd and 10. Bengals had to punt. Fields completes to Smith for 23 yards, then Hall runs for 10, and then Hall with a halfback pass completes to Mason Taylor for a touchdown in the back of the end zone. Jets hit the extra point, lead 39-38 with 1:54 to play. A couple drops by Andre Yoshivas, and the Bengals are unable to get into field goal range on the final drive. Turn it over on downs. Bengals fall to the previously winless Jets and fall to 3-5 on the season. Joe Flacco, 21 of 34, 223, 2 touchdowns, including a rushing touchdown. Chase Brown, over 100 total yards on the day and 2 touchdowns. Perine added 9 carries for 94 and a touchdown. Jamar Chase, 12 for 91. T. Higgins, that 44-yard touchdown, his only catch of the day. As much as I want to talk about the 39 points from the offense, Reid, I think we have to start with the defense. 38, not enough from this Bengals offense. Jets put up 39. I mean, missed tackles galore. I can't wait to see PFF's final tally on this one, but it was ugly, and it was just, I mean, I don't even know where to start with my breakdown of this defense. It was so bad. I mean, I'm just going to I just mumble and jumble for a while until this PFF loads for me, but this isn't right. PFF has them at 6 missed tackles. There's no way that's accurate. Just not good enough effort from this defense and from Al Golden.
It's Craig. I feel like the phrase "I'm at a loss for words" is thrown around too easily nowadays, but I'm genuinely finding it hard to collect my thoughts, because this team played the worst offense in the league by like a good margin in the New York Jets. The Jets had a good week 1, and since then have been absolutely terrible, miserable to watch. So bad so that we are looking at Aaron Glenn as, are you going to get canned after 8 games? Because, and he's a defensive guy, but you're looking at this team like, this team is so dysfunctional, this team is so terrible, and we go out and play them. And Justin Fields, whose career was, if he had a bad game today, might have been done. Justin Fields' career might have been done if he had a bad game today. And it probably is cooked, to be honest with you. Like, this game didn't save it. Everyone knows how bad this defense is. But we give up 39 points. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. 5 different times we had a double-digit lead, and we blew it. 38 points? Can't beat the New York Jets? It's on the line for Justin Fields is a terrible decision maker, and we put pressure on him like once all game. And the linebacking crew that allows 250 yards rushing when they know they know they're not going to beat you in the air. And then no-name wide receivers coming up wide open on our secondary. It is level after level, complete and utter disgrace to this team. Can they figure it out? I don't know. Doesn't seem likely. Can they get better? Sure. Can't get much worse. But this team today in front of a home crowd of 70,000 fans that were excited once again for the product that was the Cincinnati Bengals, are waltzing back, traipsing back to Longworth Hall parking lot, drunk in a stupor, and the stupor isn't from the booze, it's from the defense that they just watched, and just in complete dismay about how they lost that game. Because I don't know. I don't know how you lose that game. My biggest concern coming into today was that this offense, after putting 33 points and Joe Flacco looks good for 6 consecutive quarters, that this offense would look inept and we'd lose a muddy game like 18-16. But no, it's the offense looks great, moves the ball, scores 38 points. We give 39 points to New York. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, man. I got nothing for you.
No, I guess I shouldn't have expected a whole lot. I know you just spoke for 4 hours about this game, but I'm looking at these quotes rolling in from Zach Taylor and in his post-game press conference, and quote, "Someone needs to step up and lead the group and take some accountability there." Well, I hate to break it to you, Zach, but you're the one that's got to step up. You're the one that's got to lead that group.
They also
the one
benched their leader
to play. Exactly. You're the one that decided to play Barrett Carter and Demetrius Knight over your defensive leader and Logan Wilson. And I'm not denying the fact that Logan Wilson had lost a step, and that I understand we pined for years for the Bengals to play their young guys on defense, and here we are getting what we asked for, and unfortunately it's not working out defensively. But to sit here and say someone's got to step up and lead that group, well, you went out and hired Al Golden. You benched your captain. So if anybody's going to step up and lead that group, DJ Turner's played well, but like you made your bed. You made your bed, and now it's time to sleep in it. And whether you want to say the personnel's not good enough, well, Duke Tobin's not going anywhere. That's very clear. So you've got to figure out a way to use the personnel that you have to make this defense somewhat competitive. Because otherwise, whether it's before the end of the year or after, you're going to be out of a job, Zach Taylor. And I understand your point that maybe that doesn't happen on the bye week because the Bengals don't make in-season moves. But the last time this New York Jets team put up 39-plus points was October 9th of 2022. This is not a good team. There's zero excuse for your defense to allow 39 points. Zero.
Let me ask this.
I understand, and real quick, I saw on X, Goodberry's already saying that Al Golden's got to go, and maybe he does, but the truth of the matter is that Zach Taylor this past offseason, knew that he was on the hot seat. He knew somebody had to be held accountable for the failure of last year and this team not making the playoffs. That person was Lou Anarumo. And I'm not going to sit here and act like Lou Anarumo was good. I'm not going to act like what he's done in Indianapolis is because of Lou Anarumo. But the truth of the matter is that you chose who your scapegoat was going to be, and you went out and you did very minimal search for your replacement.
Did nothing. They knew who they were getting.
100%. Hired from within your own family, and you brought back Al Golden. And I think rightfully so. There were a lot of people that were excited about that hire, but there were a lot of people who were critical of that hire too. And those people are looking really dang smart right now as we watch this Bengals defense continue to be the reason that they can't win ball games.
Yeah, no, it's pretty clear that if they weren't going to fire Zach Taylor, then they needed to make some sort of change. And the easiest change and the most obvious change was the defensive coordinator that oversaw historically bad defense last year that kept the Bengals out of the postseason and kept them from a mediocre defense. That team might be competing for the AFC Championship. So getting rid of Lou Anarumo is understood, and I think around the league, people were like, okay, that seems like not the right route, but we understand the route, even though just 2 years ago we were talking about how great this defensive coordinator is, and he's doing great things in Indianapolis. But like all that was on the up and up. But you go out and you hire a guy you have to do the due diligence of interviewing other guys, and I guess maybe you're just, maybe if someone wows us, but we're going to go with Al. And they went with Al. But it's hard for me to draw blame on any one person in this scenario, because I truly think that what we're looking at when we watch this Cincinnati Bengals team is just not a very competitive organization. And I say organization, not team, because I think it's from the top. I don't think Duke Tobin is a very good player personnel guy. I think we want to fire Zach Taylor. If I asked between player personnel guy, DC, OC, and head coach, which of those are the best in regards to the respective unit, you'd probably say Zach Taylor. Like, Zach Taylor's a better head coach than Duke Tobin is a player personnel guy. Zach Taylor's a better head coach than Al Golden is a DC. Zach Taylor's a better head coach than Dan Pitcher's an OC. Dan Pitcher doesn't even call his own plays. I mean, maybe Zach Taylor's not a very good head coach, but like, maybe I'm just going off on a side tangent about Zach Taylor, but I just look at this team and I see gross incompetence across the fold. The team, the players aren't thoroughbred horses. We ain't winning the Kentucky Derby with this defensive unit. There's a great offensive team. The wide receivers look great. The line's played better. The run game looks better. But pretty much everywhere else, it looks completely inept. Inept. And we can fool ourselves that this team is... I see everyone talking, this isn't what a Super Bowl winning team does. Man, your bar is so much beyond what I'm looking for when I'm looking at this team. I'm looking at this team just like, hey, can we make week 17 and 18 interesting? And right now, it's not looking likely. Because we've now played 8 games this year, and we've looked good in one of them. Played 8 games, we've looked good in one. We've won 3, and we've been embarrassed in 5 of them. So, yeah, the defense isn't good, but this organization, just point blank, isn't good, Craig.
The thing for me, and your point is probably accurate, that Zach Taylor may be the best of the primary coaches and staff in this organization, but that's more of an indictment on the rest of the staff than it is a positive on Zach Taylor.
Fair. That's fair.
And that doesn't mean that his job should be safe because of it. And I think at this point, the Bengals are going to have an interesting conversation if they do decide to make a move, because you've got to keep Joe Burrow and these stars happy on the offense. But respectfully, that unit will be fine regardless. The next head coach, if the Bengals make a move, has to be defensive minded in my mind. And I respect the fact that what they're trying to do is put one of the best offenses on the field. I think they can do that with a quality offensive coordinator and this talent that they have on this team. The talent isn't there on the defensive side of the ball. Mm-mm. And so ultimately, if you want to improve, you need a front office who's actually going to draft some defensive stars, and a head coach who understands how to evaluate and develop those defensive stars. And then you let the offense continue to be the offense by bringing in an offensive coordinator who knows what they're doing. And maybe they do what they've done with Darren Simmons and they keep Dan Pitcher around, or maybe they like what Troy Walters brings to the wide receiver room and they keep him around. But the truth of the matter is that this entire defensive staff has to go. And if it's me, at least, the only way that you see real change from a personnel standpoint is Zach Taylor has to go, because as much as we want to talk about Duke Tobin from a personnel standpoint, Zach Taylor doesn't get nearly enough heat from the personnel decisions that he's made as well. And he is in that room and he's leading the charge in terms of who they're drafting, as much as Duke Tobin gets heat, and it's well deserved. Don't get me wrong. Zach Taylor is the one pulling the trigger on a majority of these draft picks. I guarantee you. You watch the videos, you see them make the picks. You see Duke Tobin in the background, not looking overly excited about some of them. Well, I promise you that's because those are Zach Taylor picks. They're not Duke Tobin picks. And I'm not going to act like Duke Tobin has done anything to deserve his job either. He hasn't. But you bring in a defensive head coach who understands talent and evaluation and development, and this defense can be turned around. This offense is in a good place already. Bring someone in, bring some talent in, and you got to get this defense changed, because this Bengals offense is plenty good enough, but the defense has been the biggest problem for 3 years now.
Yeah, you bring up a fair point. And I guess my tangent earlier when I said like Zach Taylor, that whole bit wasn't to go to bat for Zach, more than I guess I was just bringing the point, but it's more than fair when you say that when you look at this team, Zach obviously has his fingers on a lot of it. And if the defensive coordinator is incompetent, if the defensive players aren't there and all these things aren't there, then yeah, it needs to be brought down to the top. And I'm cool. I'm game with it. I've pushed back on the Zach Taylor hate for as long as I can. I'm cool. I'm game. After today, I'm game, because it's clearly not working. It's clearly not working. They can rip off 10 in a row and make me look like a fool, and I'm cool with that too. But it's clearly not working. And I'll say this. It is, October 26th in the year of our Lord, 2025. If either one of – actually, I'll leave it here. If either one of the better teams in our division, or the perceived better teams in our division – Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, the Baltimore Ravens, the Pittsburgh Steelers, if either one of those teams part ways with their head coach, I will be incredibly upset as a Bengals fan if we don't make an incredibly serious push towards those guys. Because I think those guys, you say you want defensive minds, you say you want us to bring in, kind of hard-nosed, bring in that sort of personnel. If one of those two guys become available this offseason, if we don't make a serious push at those guys, I'm going to be incredibly upset. Because I think those guys answer a lot of the questions surrounding this team. I truly believe that. Now, do I think either one of those guys are going to get cans? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, the Ravens would have to get really bad. They got to win today. But I'll just say it here on October 26th that if those guys come available, we should put a lot of eggs in the basket to either bring in Mike Tomlin or John Harbaugh.
Yeah, I don't want to look. It's tough because like in this moment, I feel like it's time to have that conversation, but at the same time, I feel like we're probably 10 weeks away from actually having this conversation. But
That's fair.
The conversation is going to have to start, and any good leader is going to start their research now, because if they do make a move, what you can't do is sit back and hope to make the right hire later. You got to start doing your research now. And so names that are certainly going to be towards the top of the list, we've already talked about Brian Flores at Minnesota. Jesse Minter is a hot name with the Chargers. Vic Fangio, who's the DC and Philadelphia. And then of course the popular one, that many in the national media think deserve a second chance is Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator at the Kansas City Chiefs. I would be, again, assuming that someone like Mike Tomlin or Harbaugh isn't available, I'd be thrilled with someone like Steve Spagnuolo if he can pair him with an offensive mind on the coordinator side. But truth of the matter is that the unfortunate part of this conversation, at least in my mind, Reid, is that for several weeks we talked about the lack of a running game on this offense and how it's kind of turned into a one-dimensional offense because of it. And then you turn around in the last 2 weeks, you're starting to see this running game come together and this offensive line come together to create opportunities in the running game. You average 7.9 yards per carry today, 181 yards on the ground. And you do everything that you should offensively. 38 points is great. And it's tough because, like, at the end of the day, if Zach Taylor was your offensive coordinator and he wasn't your head coach, you probably wouldn't be having the conversation about Zach Taylor. But as a head coach, he takes a lot of the blame, and rightfully so, because he's the one making a lot of these decisions. But this offense is now in a position where, with Joe Flacco at the helm, they're showing what they were expected to be this year, I think is the best way to put it. This is the offense that we expected coming into 2025. It's just unfortunate that it's met now with the defense that we expected in 2025 as well.
Yeah, it's sad that it's another testament to just how inept Jake Browning was. Because I was on the band that was like, I was pro not going and getting a quarterback right when Joe Burrow got hurt, because I liked what I saw in Jake Browning 2 years ago, and I thought he more than deserved a chance to start. An opportunity that he ruined in, 3 short weeks, 4 short weeks, whatever it was, three short weeks. That's how bad he played. And it's upsetting to see this offense play at the capacity that it's playing right now. And this is, to be fair, this is what we've seen now for 5 years of Zach Taylor, that it takes a little time to get turning. And then this offense, by middle to end of October, really starts to find its groove, regardless of who the quarterback is. And I don't know who that's on, but it's upsetting to see that if we had competent quarterback play over those first 3 losses on the 4-game win streak, or really any of those 4 games, then we probably would have won 1 to make our record 4-4, not 3-5, what it is right now. But this offense is the reason that people will continue to talk about the Bengals. When something is as elite as this offense is, then there's reason why the Colin Cowherds, the Nick Wrights, the First Takes, whoever the national talk show that you enjoy will talk about the Bengals from time to time, is because we have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Joe Burrow when he's healthy. And that when those guys are out there, this offense is as good as any offense in the league. And if you get a competent, you get some run game, it is borderline unstoppable, as you saw tonight. Saw today, 38 points. 30-plus points last week with Joe Flacco, a 42-year-old journeyman for the last 7 years. And this offense is firing on all cylinders. But it's a damn shame that we have to be so melancholy here at 4:40 on Sunday after the offense puts up 38 points. Because we're looking at this team and we know what they are. And it's just not – it's not great.
If we came into today and said, hey, the Bengals are going to score 38 points against the New York Jets, you're probably expecting that they win by 20-plus.
Correct. There was – I've said it. I said it on the watch-along 37 effing times, and I said it on this post-game 10 times. We had 5 separate double-digit leads. 5 of them, Craig. And each one of them fooled you more than the last time. Oh, here they go. Right? Like each time you see them score to go up double digits, and you're like, oh, here we go. That's it. See you later. This thing's done. You can put the sails away. We're already coasting to the coast. We're already getting into port, baby. 4-4. And we're going to be watching that Sunday night football game, crossing our fingers that the Steelers lose. But no, we're not there. That's not what's happening. Because this defense put in a true masterclass on how to ruin a Sunday. I wish I had a better punchline there. But it's I mean, I don't know what to say, Craig. It's just 38 points, can't get it done against the New York Jets, and I don't know.
23 fourth-quarter points. Not good enough. I just got this text message from a buddy of mine. I think you'll find it
Please, I could use a joke if it's a joke.
Said, you can take it however you want it. Imagine a world where you could just combine the Ohio NFL teams, the Bengals offense and the Browns defense, plus an offensive line from some other team equals a playoff team. Like, the Browns are the complete opposite of this Bengals team.
We wouldn't be a playoff team. We'd be the AFC contenders. Like, we'd be the best team in the AFC. We'd be a
Super Bowl team. Yeah.
Right.
And yet here we are with the by far worst defense in the NFL. Are we the worst defense in the NFL? We are, right? Like, there's no one even close at this point.
Without giving a true audit on all 32 National Football League teams, I mean, I'd be damn surprised if someone could play worse than the Bengals play today. Like, truly surprised. And they looked, they looked great for a drive. I mean, they got us in a scoring position on that first drive, opening drive. Remember that? The Jets go for it, and we go and score. I'm just looking at the scoring chart. I'll keep doing 10-0. We go up. I'm looking at last week's. Apologies.
No, you're good.
I was wondering about the Steelers. But it's
go up 3-0, go up 10-0.
Right.
Keep it 10-3, 17-3, then we give up a
14,
touchdown, 17-10.
24-10.
Again, 24-10.
31-16.
Field goal at half.
It was 31-16, then 38-24. We scored. We go up 2 touchdowns with 10 minutes ago. It's a joke, man. And here's the problem. Here's the problem, which I'm glad. We'll beat the Bears next week, and I'll just get roped right on back into this thing. I'll get roped right. I feel like Al Pacino in Godfather 3. Like, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. And I'll get pulled in again because I'm a sucker because I love this team so gosh darn much. Like, nothing makes me happier than when this team plays well. Nothing makes me happier than seeing a Jamar Chase gritty in the end zone. Nothing makes me happier than a rare Joe Burrow smile on the sideline. Everyone hates Zach Taylor, and I get why, but like his post-game conference after they win, his post-game coverage, they're delight because he's just such a positive guy. And I want to love this team so gosh darn much. But they don't want it. It feels like a terrible relationship. They feel like they're unavailable. That's what this is. I'm in a relationship. I'm dating an unavailable mate. They're just not letting me. They're just not opening up to me. I want to love you, Bengals, but golly, dude, it's terrible. It's terrible. Go on. Where else are we going with this show? Or else I'm going to keep doing this for 2 more hours.
No, I know. We could very easily do this for the rest of the day.
I could rant.
If we really want to get all conspiracy theorists here, you were pulling for a Bears win today against the Ravens. Well, they came out and laid an absolute egg today as well. Right. They lose 30-16, and now they're going to be looking for a bounce back win. And by the way, they have a pretty good running back duo with DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai, and that doesn't even count Caleb Williams as your mobile quarterback either. So, and let's throw another wrench into the whole Bears thing. They've got a really good 1-2 punch on the wide receiver room with Roma Dunze and DJ Moore. They've got a decent tight end in Colston Loveland. I mean, I'm not feeling good about next week now either.
As you shouldn't.
About next week either.
As you shouldn't. And before we get into the next thing, I do want to get to these super chats. I don't know if we typically do this, but this seems like a good segue.
Let's do it.
Get there. Ben Riley with a $10 super chat, and I will censor this chat. Ben Riley says, so we need to score 50 points a gosh darn game just to be effing competitive because our defense cannot stop a nosebleed. And Yoshi cannot catch an effing cold. Wow. Ben Riley doubled up with another
conversation about Yoshi.
Well, I actually want to talk about Andre Yoshivas. $5. Ben Riley says, a good team can win in 3 ways based on the opponent. A blowout, a nail biter, and then a comeback. We are, by this criteria, not a good team. Ben, not to get on you for the second one here. Thank you for the super chats. But yeah, pretty clearly we're not a good team. Like it's like this team, we've played 8 games now, and it's been an embarrassment in at least 5 of them, and it's not been good in 7 of them. So if you've seen half the season and they've looked good once in 8 games, the team's probably not that good. But yeah, let's talk about Yoshi, because that's actually a pretty interesting thing. So on that final drive, we throw the ball to Andre Yoshivas twice. Andre Yoshivas, for some reason, cannot catch Joe Flacco, and
Well, let's start with the fact he only had 1 target coming into that drive the entire game, and it was that ball over the middle that he went up to try and grab, and it like bounced off the defender's helmet and popped loose and was almost picked off earlier in the game. But then, went back.
Then we had the exact same play happen on that drive. Yeah, the same thing happened on that drive where a ball popped up, and you're just like, whoa. But I don't know if Flacco's velocity, I don't know if there's a stat cast of the NFL. I don't know if Flacco's velocity or ball just looks that much different to Andre Yoshivas, but he pretty clearly now in 3 games cannot catch Joe Flacco, because he's now seen drop after drop, and he had, I don't want to know if I want to call those 2 drops, but I mean, I think we feel pretty confident that if Jamar Chase or T. Higgins get their hands on either one of those balls, they're at least coming down with one of them. Instead, it's two drops there on Andre Yoshivas. I don't know what it is, but he at this point has not shown us anything that makes us think that he can catch a pass from Joe Flacco. Do you think it's Joe Flacco just has too strong of an arm? Do you think it's the spiral? Or do you think Andre Yoshivas is just having a terrible 3 weeks? What do you think, Craig?
I mean, he's got 4 catches on 8 targets from Joe Flacco. He had a decent week last week. We thought, hey, maybe it was just a blip on the radar against Green Bay when he had those drops, and came back last week, caught 3 balls for 49 yards. And then this week, 0 for 3. I think there's a couple things at play here, I'm sure. And, it's hard to say with certainty of what's going on, but I think as a 3rd wide receiver in this offense, and probably 4th or 5th option in the receiving game, he probably isn't used to getting a whole lot of targets. He's probably not expecting the ball, which I think as a wide receiver, you have to expect the ball on every play. And if you're not expecting it, then you're not going to be ready to catch it. So that's certainly part of it. But the bigger issue for me, Reid, is that you spent a 3rd round draft pick on Jermaine Burton 2 years ago, and he's a healthy scratch every week this year. He can't get his life together to become a professional football player. You have no other real options, and so you have to continue to go to Andre Yoshivas. I mean, I was shocked they went to him twice there on that last drive. I think someone in the chat mentioned that Jamar Chase was open on one of them. I didn't see that, but I believe him. But just, look, I want to start by saying I think 2 of them at least were very difficult catches if he came down with them. Like, I'm not going to act like he should have caught all 3. They were difficult catches. But in that situation, if you really want to cement yourself as a professional, like, those are catches you got to make. And if you want to continue to be targeted, then those are catches you got to make, because otherwise we're going to go to guys like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Noah Fant and Chase Brown and even Tanner Hudson ahead of you in the depth. So he's got to figure it out. Or Jermaine Burton might have to be active here coming up, because nobody else on this Bengals roster can serve as a wide receiver 3, unfortunately. Charlie Jones certainly isn't that guy.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Charlie Jones. It's funny you bring up the Jermaine Burton thing, and while we're just circling about the complete inept, what is causing this Bengals team to just be where they've been recently. I think one pretty clearly thing that we know is just their inability to draft high tier talent. So since the Bengals, we're going to play a game, and I want you to tell me, good draft pick or not. Since the Bengals made the Super Bowl, these are their first 3 rounds picks. Ready? We're going to do it in order. And you just tell me if good draft pick or not. That's just, you could grade it however you want.
Yeah.
Dax Hill, first round, 2022.
I mean, as a first rounder, probably not great, but I think overall he's been okay.
Yeah, I think he's been a starter, but first round, you probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a 31st pick of the first round pick, so
yeah,
you're okay with it. Cam Taylor-Britt.
You probably prefer more production out of that, but
Yep.
Cam Taylor-Britt looked like a good pick for 2 years, and then this year is just completely fallen off. So I'm going to call it a good pick, but again, this year when you're reviewing things 3 years after a draft, there's no chance that you should be talking about a guy getting benched and a healthy inactive as a second round pick.
Yeah, I think Cam. I wouldn't be upset if you said that was a bad. Like, I wouldn't be upset if you said that was an okay pick at the second round because he was good for a while. He's not there. Zach Carter.
Who?
Yeah, right. Zachary Carter has not played on this team. I mean, he's played 47 games, but he hasn't. So.
Yeah, we'll go bad pick on that one, Reid.
For
bad
sure.
Pick.
Without a doubt. All right, Miles Murphy.
Bad pick.
DJ Turner.
Looking like a good pick today or, this year, but even the first year with him, it's just, you didn't really know what you were getting, but looks like he could be a good pick.
Right. Took a little time, but we'll take it. Jordan Battle.
Impossible to know what you have because you gave him zero opportunity last year. So
I'd say bad pick.
Probably bad pick. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a bad pick. Didn't let him play last year, and this safety room has not looked great this year, so bad pick.
Amarius Mims.
Good pick.
Good pick.
Good pick.
Chris Jenkins.
Terrible pick.
Jermaine Burton.
Clearly a terrible pick.
Shamar Stewart. We'll give this.
Pick.
We'll give this draft time.
No,
Demetrius
bad
Knight.
Pick.
Demetrius
he didn't
Knight?
have the collegiate production. He hasn't shown any production at the professional level. It's a bad pick, Reid.
Okay.
You can. I understand if you don't want to write him off yet, but it's a bad pick.
Fair.
Demetrius Knight Jr. I mean, it's a good pick. He's going to take time to develop. For being a professional linebacker, I get it. I'll give him some grace. It's a good pick, even if people want to be mad at it. It's a good pick for now.
And then Dylan Fairchild is the final pick.
Looks like a good pick.
Okay, so here's the point that I was going to make there.
The problem is that top 3 round picks should all be good.
Correct. We had to have a discussion about all of them. None of them were like, that was great pick. What an unbelievable pick. They are all middling to bad picks. The best of them was middling. Not a single one of them was a pick you go, oh my God, this team couldn't function without that pick. That's the point, is that this team is doing nothing in the draft. They are just skating by, and it is now caught up to them that their run of luck, if that's what you want to call it, their run of luck between draft picks and free agency pools from 2019 to 2021 has caught up to them. And the only thing that this makes this team worth a darn is Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, and Trey Hendrickson. Outside of those 4 caliber players, this team isn't worth its weight in salt. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
And
even
at this point,
pick
the conversation needs to be had whether or not Trey Hendrickson's even on the team after the bye week.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, it's because at this point I'm more than on board. I already committed myself that if we beat the Steelers, I'm in for the rest of the season. Like, I'm in. Let's win every game. Let's do everything. But that being said, it just makes too much sense to part ways with dudes like Trey. And Logan.
The worst part about it, though, Reid, is that you're parting with dudes that you have no faith in this front office to be able to replace.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the biggest challenge, is that at this point, you're not getting a player for Trey, most likely. You're getting draft picks. And so we just went through it. let's say you get lucky and someone gives you a second-round pick for Trey Hendrickson. Now what?
It's the same thing that you and I talked about Thursday when we were talking about the Logan Wilson trade news. And you said, like, I want to keep Logan here because what's another draft pick worth to this team? And that's a fair criticism. That is a more than fair criticism. And the only answer I have to that is if Craig, if we go out to the range tomorrow, you and I, we go out to the gun range, and I say, hey, I want you to hit this target, and I know that you're not a good shot, I'm gonna load up your clip. I'm gonna fill it up, baby. I'm gonna give you as many shots as possible to hit that target. And that's all I can say is, I mean, if you take up as many picks as possible in that draft, you might not hit on all of them. Surely you can hit on one of them, which also goes back to, I'm looking at the history of the Bengals drafts. We had so many gosh darn picks in the 2024 draft, and I'm just staring at it. I'm just staring it straight in the face, and one of them looks like an okay player. One of them, it's a joke. And I'm trying not to be too hard. I've come down now. My heart rate has simmered down from where it was directly watching that disaster to where it's too pretty outside. I have too good of a life to sit and complain about my favorite football team for too long. But it's miserable. It's miserable.
It's a brutal life we live as Bengals fans. It's been that way since I was born. We talked about it during the watch along. You mentioned that you became a fan at 6 years old. I was born into fandom. I literally attending games in my mom's stomach, and been going to games since I was born. And remembering back to the 90s and how brutal those were. At least the expectation back then was that you were going to be terrible. The expectation met the product on the field. The challenge now is that we, whether rightfully so or not, we have allowed ourselves as fans, at least some of us, maybe not everybody in the chat, I don't think everybody, but some of us have allowed ourselves to talk ourselves into believing that this is a football team that can compete. And when Joe Burrow went down, we said, all right, well, let's stay close so that when he comes back, we can fight for a playoff spot, because those were the expectations. And they continue to be the expectations every year with this talent, and they won't change. But somehow we continue to disappoint. And outside of one magical run in 2021, that's all this team has done to us for years. Years.
It was
like it's such a toxic relationship that we have with this football team. And it's just such a frustrating relationship to be in, knowing that the other side is going to give so little, because they had an opportunity to do more. They could go out and sign guys in free agency. They could draft better. They could make changes to the front office. Like, they have opportunities to do things, and they're not going to do anything to get better and improve. And so those age-old quote of the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, here we are, doing the same thing over and over again, and we continue to trick ourselves into believing that there's going to be a different result. And it's just, I don't know why we do it, Reid. I don't know why we do it.
You could make the argument. You probably wouldn't win the argument, but you could make this argument that from the start of December 2021 to the end of the Super Bowl in 2022, or I guess it would be in February of 2023, that no team in the National Football League played better football than the Cincinnati Bengals. And I get that the Rams won a Super Bowl in that time and the Chiefs won a Super Bowl in that time and the Bengals did not. But there was only 2 teams that played in the AFC Championship over that time, and we were the team that won. So maybe you give it to the Chiefs just because they won. Regardless, you can make the argument that the Bengals, over the course of a 14-month period, played the best football in the highest league in the land. And it shifted the chemical balance in every Cincinnati Bengals fan's brain to a point that it was no longer okay or cool that this team can middle around 8-9 wins as they had done for the last 25 years and make a postseason every 3 or 4 years as they did under Marvin Lewis, because we had been to the top of the hill. We didn't retrieve what we were trying to get at the top of the hill, but we got up to the top of it, and we felt what it was like to be up there, and we wanted to stay up there forever. And we thought that, truthfully, we were going to stay up there forever. And we haven't been anywhere close since. Back-to-back 9-8 seasons, and staring at the face of another, at best, 9-8 season. And it's just a shame. We took drastic changes last year, I'd say, drastic, and removing Lou Anarumo. And that was maybe a last-ditch effort from the head coaching staff, from Zach, to keep his job and hey, we made one change, give me another shot. And if we don't do it this year, then it's pretty clear that it's got to end. But we are pretty clearly heading down a route of significant change here in Cincinnati for the first time in 6 seasons. In terms of who makes the decisions here for the Bengals. But luckily for us, or maybe unluckily, we get to watch the Bengals play 9 more football games this year. 9 more, despite the first 8 being an absolute joy to watch.
Yeah, the one, I guess, it's not the one positive thing because offensively you're still looking pretty decent offensively, but video and photos today flooded social media. Joe Burrow there on the sideline in Cincinnati during this one. No boot on that injured foot or that injured toe. So a lot of people excited to see that. I would assume that's some sort of milestone in the recovery process, but
yep.
Gotta be happy to see that.
Yeah, no, it's that I just did this being shitty, but it's pretty clear that that's a good thing. That's a good thing because we are closer to getting Joe back. It's pretty clear that every step along the way is positive at this point, to where, if you would have asked Bengals fans before we made the trade for Joe Flacco, it would have been like, yeah, Joe ain't coming back this year. Burrow ain't coming back this year. And I think if you ask Bengals fans now, oh yeah, he's going to come back. He's going to come back. Obviously if we're 5-9 for those final 3 games, probably shouldn't come back. But it is worth mentioning that it seems pretty clearly that we're going to see Joe Burrow play football again. Which, hey, as a guy at this point, that maybe we should just get to the point of taking different goals of watching a Bengals game. Maybe the goal isn't, hey, I expect my team to win today. Maybe it should be, hey, I hope Joe Burrow throws for 400 yards today. Maybe we can take a different viewpoint when it comes to watching the Bengals going forward. But other than that, don't know what else to say.
I continue to see quotes flood in from Zach Taylor's press conference, and I just get unbelievably frustrated. We already talked about him saying that someone needs to step up on defense. Another quote that is all over social media right now is, quote, "We never really had a chance to break that game open." Like, what do you mean you never had a chance to break that game open? You led by 14 4 different times. You led by
I think that's a shot
double
at the
digits
defense.
5 different times.
I think he's taking a shot at the defense there. Like, I think that's
Take a shot at whoever you want, Zach.
Well, I'm saying that he's very clearly going like, our defense never
You had every chance to break it open.
Right, you needed to
Make
stop
a stop.
Them. Yeah, right, and that's a shot. He was taking a shot at the
That's
defense.
your chance. To say that you don't have a chance, though, is wrong. You had
So-
every chance. You needed a stop.
So I think
You're the head coach, not the offensive coordinator.
Correct. That's the point. Is he's looking at this as a blaming the defense thing, which isn't a good way of looking at this if you're the head coach. That you had the right take there. That quote is indicative of saying, "Hey, I was great.
Me?
I was great. I was like me. We put up 38. They got to figure it out." That you had the right take there, because that is a terrible thing to say as the head coach, because it is a disaster what the defense did today. There's absolutely no reason they should have lost today. No reason at all, Craig. 38 points against the New York Jets, starting Justin Fields, who would not have started if Tyrod Taylor could play. They were on their backup quarterback. Justin Fields was their backup quarterback, and they put up 39 points. There's no reason for it. Let's wrap this thing up.
Let's wrap this thing up. Bengals back in action next week against the Chicago Bears. Bears lose today to the Baltimore Ravens 30-16, drop 4-3 on the season, 2-2 away from home. Caleb Williams today, 25 of 38, no touchdowns through the air, 1 interception. DeAndre Swift, 11 carries, 45 yards and a touchdown. Kyle Monangai, 7 carries, 24 yards. Roma Dunze and DJ Moore combined for 187 yards through the air. 1 p.m. on CBS next week, but as always, lucky us, we will be right back here for Chatterbox Bengals, starting with a pregame show at 12:30 Eastern. Then we'll have a live watch along, and our lovely post-game show will be right back at it. It's again a 1:00 kickoff there from Paycor Stadium, and I put T. Higgins and Roma Dunze on the graphic because of the wide receiver matchups. They have a good one too. We have a good one too, but it doesn't matter if defensively we can't do anything. They're led by Nashawn Wright defensively, Odeyingbo, Gervin Dexter had a sack today and 2 tackles for loss. Montez Sweat had a sack today. Kevin Byard leads the secondary there. So Bengals in for another challenge next week, a game that we thought maybe wouldn't matter so much if they dropped it because they had picked up 2 straight wins coming into it, and instead here we are. Bengals lose to the Jets 39-38. I would ask you what you need to see out of the Bengals next week to get a win, but I think we know the answer, Reid.
Yeah, better defense. I was gonna ask you to play the game of what you guess the line is for next week, but it's not out yet. Guess we're gonna.
It's not out yet.
Those normally come out after the 4:00 games.
That's too bad.
What's your guess?
Probably missing out on.
I've got a guess.
Probably Cincy -1.5.
Ooh, you have us favored. I have us at 2.5 point
so.
dogs. I have us at 2.5 point dogs.
I think there's a 5-point range where this can fall, and it's 2.5 either way.
Yeah, that's. I mean, once you get under a field goal, it's all kind of the same. Not all the same, but like when you get under 2.5, either way, it kind of all floats around the same thing. So, all right, you have us at -1.5. I have us at 2.5 point dogs. I think we will be right. I will be shocked if it's over a field goal either way, either with them favored or us favored. I would truly be shocked if that's the case either way. But I mean, I've said this before. if you want the positive spin, which maybe this isn't the right show for it, but if you want the positive spin, we win next week, and the Steelers lose 2 of their next 3 games, and they're all tough games for them. We will be playing on November 16th to take first place in the AFC North. So, there's the positive spin. There it is, baby. Wrap it up.
Great job, Reid. Proud of you.
Watch Off the Bench tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Watch Off the Bench tomorrow, 10 a.m. Stone Shield Show, 11 to 12, right here on Chatterbox YouTube. Make sure you follow us on all social media channels at CBox Sports, everywhere that you get your news for all the latest and breaking Cincinnati sports news and conglomeration of info. The guys over at Chatterbox Bearcats are having a great season.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you support their show. Chatterbox Reds continues to put out content throughout the offseason, and as Reid mentioned, Off the Bench and the Stone Shields show for daily sports coverage right here on Chatterbox Sports. If you haven't already, make sure you like this stream, subscribe to the channel. Let me see where we're at, Reid. Are we hit 20,000 yet?
I don't know.
We are at 20,001.
Thank you.
Bang!
Thank you. Live when we were on air, just as
Yep,
they drew it up.
Yep. We appreciate everybody following. 20,000 is huge for us. We appreciate it, and appreciate the likes and the super chats. Again, for those earlier, we appreciate you supporting the show through this ridiculousness that is Cincinnati Bengals football. Until next time, for Reid Maus, I'm Craig Sandlin. This has been Chatterbox Bengals. We will see you next week.
Hoo day.
Yeah, hoo day.